start off obviously with opening remarks from the premium sponsor, the acting CEO from the ECDC. Then we'll move on to Mr. Makwalisa, who will then render an item, of opening remarks. Then we are to then have videos, testimonials of previous beneficiaries who've been supported either through the ECTC and who have also participated, in the Film Expo, and they shall then share in terms of, how it has benefited them. And then we shall go straight into our keynote address by Mr. Mutata. After that, we will have some tea. Then delve into a discussion session in terms of anti-piracy regulations, and then we're going to have also a wonderful presentation by Mr. Makwarela talking about how to sustain media productions and the business. From there on, we will have a masterclass as well in terms of OTT platforms. Rather a presentation on OTT platforms and a masterclass on special effects. And then from there on, we're going to have screenings. So today, we are then braced with the presence of the acting CEO of the ECDC, Mr. Billings, who has got vast knowledge in terms of development, in multi-sectors. And the creative industry is one that he is quite passionate about, and he's then to give us some insight and foresight in terms of the ECTC's involvement. May we please just give him a round of applause as he comes through. Thank you.
Good morning. I thought I need to look the part today, so you'd forgive me. I'm not normally in sneakers, but I thought I need to spruce it up a little bit in terms of the creatives, To the representatives from the local municipality, representatives of the National Film and Video Foundation, representatives of the Eastern Cape Provincial Arts and Culture Council, representatives of government, academia, industry leaders, filmmakers, producers and broadcasters, members of the media, students and emerging creatives, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning again. And thank you for having me this morning, and thank you for being here. I think it is such a great privilege and pleasure. I must confess, I never thought I'd be an actor, so as acting CEO to stand before you and welcome you to this film expo. If you would allow me to before I turn to a bit of the business side, which I've been asked to do, allow me a moment of personal indulgence. Because I take it that everyone in this room, whether you hold a camera, whether you've written a script, whether you hold the proverbial checkbook, can you believe it? We don't have checks anymore. Whether you hold a checkbook or whether you're from government or the like, started in the very same place. You started as a member of an audience, somewhere, someday. So I grew up going to the Bioscope in First Gate, Kliptown, Gauteng. Then it was called the St. Susie or the Grand Bioscope. And for those too young to know the word, Bioscope was what we called the cinema, before cinema became glamorous and all this glamour was sort of attached to it. There was nothing grand, I must say, about the Grand Bioscope. It sort of had hardish seats, not these nice soft seats. A projector that coughed and flickered, and a tin roof that made its own soundtrack when it rained. So you had the extra effects. And yet when the lights went down, the room became the biggest room in the world. just transformed just about anything and everything. And as a community, and those of us that were there, I think we were taken to another world that we could probably never imagine existed. So for a child from Kliptown, that bioscope, as I said, was my passport. It took me to places apartheid said I could not go. It showed me a life to live that I could probably never imagined living at the time. And sitting in the dark St. Susie, a few streets from the square where the Freedom Charter was adopted in 1955, we already started living one of the promises of the Charter. The doors of learning and culture shall be opened. Because that is what St. Susie and Grand was to me. It was a place of learning. It was a place of experiencing cultures that was unbeknown to me. But film also has something deeper. It is how a nation remembers itself and how it introduces, that nation introduces itself to the world. More than half a century ago, the Senegalese director Ousmane Sembène, often called the father of African cinema, described film as the night school of ordinary people. And isn't that true? Really the night school of ordinary people. Where did many of us become somewhat cultured? Where did many of us start our first experience into sex education or the like? It was films, it was TV, and well, not so much in South African TV, you know, everything was censored. But yeah, you couldn't show anything above the neck in South African TV, you know, so, or anything below the neck, I think. Above you could show, but below you can't. So the Film Expo is not simply another event on the calendar, I believe. It is, in my opinion, the platform where we can express, where we can deliberate and position the Eastern Cape for greater things. So St. Susie and Grand, unfortunately, is gone, but what it has planted never left me. And it is why I stand before you with such conviction about what film can do, because film is never only entertainment. It's imagination, and more than just imagination, I think it's imagination infrastructure. And when I sort of gave thought to that in terms of imagination, infrastructure is always for the long term. It is to establish what is to come. Infrastructure enables and brings about transformation. And I believe that film is indeed that, or the creativity is that. So, ladies and gentlemen, the possibility is just absolutely immense. So last night we officially launched this year's Expo under the theme Positioning and Localization in the Film Industry, of the film industry in the digital economy. Together we reflected on the immense potential of South Africa's creative economy. Today we move from setting the vision to engaging with the practical realities of building a stronger and more competitive film industry. The Expo began where it matters most, though, within our communities. Through our outreach program at the Joza Youth Hub, aspiring filmmakers, students, and emerging creatives engaged directly with experienced industry professionals on animation, digital technologies, funding opportunities, and career development. The feedback has been overwhelming, I must say. Lively discussions, thoughtful questions, and a genuine enthusiasm from young people eager to claim their place in this industry. When I listened to the reports from the young people of Joza, I could not help but see myself on those hard seats in Kliptown. The difference is that their bioscope is a smartphone. And it's the screen that is being presented to them in this world. Our task as industry leaders is to make sure that that difference translates into opportunity. It's actually amazing. I reflected again. Going to the bioscope was community for us. And I think we need to figure out how we make sure we retain community. because the smartphone is me all by myself. The little screen is me all by myself. We seem to lose community. And it's community that transforms. It's community that restores and builds hope and confidence. So I want to encourage us that as we would do that, we would also seek to see how we retain community in what we produce. If we can consider just the scale, and I won't be much longer, about the industry. It's considered as a soft sector, a nice to have. I don't believe so, because I think the numbers tell a completely different story. Just quick research for me is that the film and video market is valued at more than $360 billion in 2025. And Africa is identified as the fastest growing film region in the world. This is obviously things that you know. I'm just a finance guy, but as creatives, this is what you know. And more than 1.8 billion streaming subscriptions now connect creators directly to audiences across every continent. The screen industry is one of the fastest recovering post-pandemic, and it's one of the most resilient. I mean, when we were all locked up during COVID, what kept us alive? That was our screens. I mean, I got tired of the family, I must confess, during that time, because being locked up like that with the same people 24 hours a day, my escape was the screen. So opportunity is not the same as ownership, though, ladies and gentlemen. And the real test for me is, if we talk about localization being the theme of this expo, I think this is what it presents us as an opportunity, that we localize and we bring ownership to our shores. The Nigerian writer Chinua Achebe speaks directly for me to this thing of localization. And he says, until the lions have their own historians, the history of the hunt will always glorify the hunter. And I think in our context, until we tell our own stories and we tell it uniquely our way, how it is being presented is always from somebody else's perspective. And we need to take ownership and make sure that we transform and have it be what we want it to be. As I would sort of narrow towards the end, or draw towards the end, UNESCO's landmark study of the African film industry found that our continent's film and audiovisual sector already employs around 5 million people within the African continent, and contributes roughly about $5 billion to the GDP, African GDP. But I think what is exciting for me is that the study says that it has the opportunity, if we have the right infrastructure within our region, within the continent, it can employ up to 20 million people. I mean, that's phenomenal, that this industry can create opportunities for so many, and especially within our context, our young people. I mean, it's always said that Africa is the youngest continent in terms of its people. So surely if this is an opportunity, then I would love to see the entrepreneurs. I would love to see us stand up and say, you know, we will contribute. And ECDC obviously says we prepare to come with a checkbook. We prepare to come with a checkbook, but can we actually get the script writers, the filmmakers, and whoever else participate in all of this? I mean, the multiplier effect is that for every million rand spent, about 5 to 6 jobs are created. That's not too shabby, I must confess. So the National Film and Video Foundation's Economic Impact Assessment measured the South African film industry's total contribution at about 7.2 billion, supporting about 31,000 full-time equivalent jobs. And, you know, if that is the case, 20 million, and we're talking about 31,000 full-time equivalent, there's something amiss. I think we need to reposition and reconfigure how we do this so the impact can be much greater, ladies and gentlemen. Let me come to the Eastern Cape. Our province is not waiting for this future to happen, and the Expo being evident of this, we are building. Since the establishment of the Film Investment Fund by the Eastern Cape, by the ECDC, in 2019, we've invested some 43 million rands into 31 films and television productions. And that in and of itself has leveraged about 520 million. So we've invested 43 million, we've leveraged 520. And that's the beauty of it. We don't have to spend billions and billions and billions. Let's get our house in order, let's get our infrastructure sorted out. And it's everything around us. It's restaurants, it's laundry services, it's whatever you want to think about. You know, if we can get our infrastructure to attract the foreign producers without us giving away ownership, then I think we're making a huge difference. So I think MEC mentioned it last night, but allow me to, if we consider just the screenings that we've supported, Bebeja, the Empire, Survivor South Africa on our Wild Coast and at the Fish River, Knuckle City, and Wild is the Wind is just some of the examples of what has been supported. And each of these productions carried the landscapes, the faces, and the stories of the Eastern Cape to national and international audiences. And each left behind skills, income, and confidence. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we need to appreciate that film supports industry. The tourism industry. It supports and stimulates local procurement. It develops technical skills. So I think the opportunity and the potential is just absolutely immense. So as we would venture into today and we would look at things of how content is being reshaped and how it is being distributed and how it is being consumed, let's appreciate the sessions that is to be had today and tomorrow, dealing with issue of sustainable media production, businesses, digital distribution, and the success of film, I believe, depends far more on just creativity. I want to end with a quote from our beloved Tata Madiba, and he says, "Be the scriptwriters of your destiny and feature yourselves as stars that showed the way towards a brighter future." Be the scriptwriters of your destiny. And this is the charge I would want to leave you this morning. Be the scriptwriters of your destiny. Feature yourself as stars that showed the way towards a brighter future. Somewhere in Joza, somewhere in Dansane, somewhere in Zwede or Motherwell, there's a child sitting in front of a screen the way I once sat in St. Susie in Kliptown, watching a story and quietly deciding one day, just one day, I'm going to stand before you, acting. Our responsibility, all of us in this room, I believe, ladies and gentlemen, is to make sure that when that child stands up, whether it is his little screen, his iPad, his computer, or his smart TV, when that child stands up, there's an industry in this province ready to receive them. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Billings. Can we please just give him a last round of applause? Colleagues, I really think that we've been given a call to action. We're quite pleased by the strides. Obviously, the ECDC has been taken in building the sector. We really are ignited by you sharing your observations and your experiences in terms of the transformation as well that has been happening over the times, from your days of Bioscope to perhaps currently now, and how we could reignite community in our productions and ensure that we reflect on our narratives. Thank you so much for that informative presentation and welcoming. It really does paint a picture that there are enormous and endless opportunities within the sector to proceed. Our next item, colleagues, would be from the Sarah Batman District Municipality, and that item is going to be rendered by Mr. Mark Walisa. Thank you. Please come through.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you had a wonderful, great evening yesterday and slept well in Makana. Thank you again, Program Director, to allow Mr. Billing to come first, because he assisted me to change a character. I was the Director, Planning and Economic Development yesterday, opening the first day. Now I'm a new actor, representing Councillor and Executive Mayor, Councillor Vacha, whom unfortunately had to send her apologies for today. Therefore, I've changed a character. Therefore, really, we are in the acting space. Therefore, you are allowed to be creative on the spot. As you can see, I was running around trying to change my script so that it fits what I'm supposed to be in. Thank you very much. I think also as well, yesterday it was a wonderful first day. I think we've experienced a lot of information, and as well, really again, Acting CEO presenting South Africa and Eastern Cape in particular with an opportunity to get into the space of the creative industry. For us as local government, I think we need serious guidance as we would interact with other industries. For instance, we have a strong citrus industry. It is the industry that will serve, that will say we have these plans for government to support and intervene, infrastructure plans. For instance, you will see that there is a road that is currently being renovated between Motherwell and Ado to address infrastructure enabling environment for the citrus industry. There's a road between in Gamtus Valley in Hanke to support the citrus industry. Therefore, we are expecting also as well the creative industry to tell government what infrastructure requirement to enable the growth of this industry. And local government is at the center in terms of how best you can guide us to really create a location for film in our local government space, because we are unable to respond on any other opportunity that comes with filming in your local space. Therefore, we want this exercise, this 3-day event, to really stakeholders that are having some knowledge and experience and guidance to say to us, local government, if you do 1, 2, 3, 4, you will attract film and you will attract venture film, you will attract these kind of films into your space. Therefore, for me, without really much to say, is to really use these 3 days to really give guidance to local government. Therefore, for my opening remarks, I'm happy as well that I've got a delegation from Sarah Batman that arrived yesterday, and I also have the member of the Alexandria Business Tourism Organization, who also would like to position Alexandria in the Ndlambe municipality as one of the areas for consideration in the film space. Therefore, stakeholders that are here, please interact with her. She will be able to really network with you guys so that how best we can advise local government to position Sarah Batman and its local municipalities in growing the industry. And also I'm happy because yesterday when we in the afternoon, one of the films that were screened but unfortunately had to be cut off, it is also made and produced produced by a local Sarabatman official who originally from Makana, but now located in Gambe, local Muslims in Port Alfred. Therefore, we are happy and we are also really privileged that we would like to ensure that the state, in the form of local government, Sarabatman in the province, and ECDC really grows this particular film expo to ensure that in the 5th year, we take it to another level so that we are able to really utilize this event to entrench the rescue plan of the National Arts Festival. Therefore, we are really welcomed today, and also we are really opening the session of today. Hopefully, the activities of today will further enhance what have already been started yesterday to ensure that post the 3 days, there are key activities that will lead us to say in 2027 what has been achieved by this event, especially in my case, what is the role of local government to ensure that the industry is supported and we are able to bring resources to it, and also we are guided in terms of how our bylaws fit in to support that industry moving forward. Because I was told that Gqeberha really generated revenue for the metro to the tune of 2 million. 2 million to our local municipalities is a lot. We are a small town, we are small towns, but 2 million is a lot. Imagine if we create that space and make sure that it provides the revenue that is desperately needed by our unsustainable municipalities. Therefore, we're looking forward to support the growth of industry, as I've indicated yesterday. Therefore, please guide us as local government in terms of how we can really position ourselves to be a best location for filming. Thank you very much. You're most welcome.
Thank you so much, Putuma. And really, I think filmmakers from the district or region ought to also ensure that they participate, for instance, in the planning space, especially during the times of integrated development plans, so that the agenda, of the sector and the plans, are firmly planted in there. However, we are grateful that, the district is open, obviously, for the sector to grow. And fortunately, amongst and within the room, we don't really need to reinvent the wheel. For instance, KZN does have representation here, and we can really sponge off from them, in terms of how do they get it correct with the bylaw space, how do they, collect revenue by utilizing their locations, how, perhaps we could, have those interactions. But thank you so much for that line item. Next, colleagues, we are going to have some testimonials that our team is going to play for us. We've got 3 that are lined up. Are we ready to have those?
Hello, my name is Lungelo Mtwa. I'm from the Eastern Cape in Bizana, from Pondoland. So last year I was part of this. I was out of the Arts Festival in Makanda, and it was an amazing experience. And thanks to ECDC, like going to Makanda is a monument. So it's a monument. It's just a very phenomenal place. A lot of history, and the festival has actually been kept alive by Makanda and the atmosphere and all the artists that come to Makanda during the festival, and all the legends of the area, legends of the space, films, the arts, just art. So and my experience there was an amazing experience. I got to meet a lot of people. Building networks with other potential young people who are just getting in the filming space, and others who's been here for long, who have experience, and it's a chance, or it's a space where you get to meet a lot of other people that share similar minds with you, people who share similar backgrounds. I would say the motivation to start either being filmmakers or acting or writing, but people who share similar values with you. So being here in the festival. Just be open. Just be open. Spread your wings. Chat with people. Make contacts. Share contact with people. Socialize. You might find what you're looking for. You might actually find yourself, actually, because coming here, you'll be like, okay, I'm going there, I'm gonna screen my film, I'm gonna attend those evening sessions and stuff, but maybe that's where you'll find yourself, or maybe that's where you'll meet your people. So yeah, for me, the experience was amazing, and once in a lifetime thinking, and you just hear and then you just do it. Thanks to ECDC for the sponsorship coming down here. Thank you so much.
My name is Fabian Medea. I'm a filmmaker from Johannesburg, South Africa, and founder of Medea Films. Hi, everyone. My name is Fabian Medea. I'm a filmmaker from Johannesburg, South Africa, and founder of Medea Films. A few years ago, I had the opportunity to shoot my debut film, Wild as the Wind, in the Eastern Cape, with support from the Eastern Cape Development Corporation. That experience was incredibly important, and not just for the film itself, but for my growth as a filmmaker. The Eastern Cape offers something unique for all filmmakers. It has the extraordinary cinematic landscape, vast open spaces, rugged coastlines, beautiful rural environments, and towns with distinct texture and history. Visually, it's one of the most richest provinces in the country. But beyond the locations, what stood out for me was the people. There's a strong work ethic, a hunger to learn, and a deep well of untapped talent in the province. From local crews to communities, we found people that were eager to participate and contribute to the filmmaking experience. Of course, like any production, there were challenges. Infrastructure in certain areas can still be limited, and logistics sometimes require extra planning, whether that's transportation, accommodation, or access to equipment. As filmmakers, we often have to adapt quickly, and shooting in the Eastern Cape teaches you resilience. But what I've learned is that these challenges are far outweighed by the opportunities. There's an enormous potential there, not just for individual productions, but for building a sustainable film economy. With continued support from institutions like the ECDC and the NFEF and regional partners, the Eastern Cape can become a major production hub in South Africa. Film has the power to create jobs, transfer skills, and stimulate tourism, and tell authentic stories rooted in place. And the Eastern Cape has many stories worth telling. I'm grateful for the ECDC for backing filmmakers and investing in local storytelling. Support at early stage can make all the difference between an idea staying on paper or becoming something real. To filmmakers attending the Eastern Cape Film Expo, I'd encourage you to explore the province, engage with its communities, and see all the possibilities for yourself. Thank you, and I wish you well. Bye.
Yabona lamagiginyana lawo emishado amaniveli ngisawafuna sengifuna ukushutha ama-movie kuphela labantu bayasodolisa futhi ababhadali ngesikhathi bayakhinya. 1, 2, 1, 2. Hello, 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 hello. Oi, oi, hello, oi, oi. Yeah. Oh, hi. Hi, guys. Are you guys good? Me myself, I'm doing great. I couldn't be better. Can you guys hear me clearly? Oh, perfect. Well, I can't seem to hear you properly. Is there... I'm just kidding, man. This is pre-recorded. By the way, my name is Tuso Mohoti, and I'm also known as Jovi Slash. I'm an independent musician and a filmmaker as well. So far, I've done a couple of projects, a whole lot of projects, man, independently. I've done feature films, I've done documentaries, I've done short films, I've done a whole lot of skits that are on the internet. Let's talk about Eastern Cape Film Expo. So yeah, last year I decided to send one of my short films titled Kuzolunga to the Eastern Cape Film Expo, and it was selected. They actually called me and said, you know what, we love your film, we'd like to screen the film. I was like, really? That's great. And they were like, that's not all. Actually, we want to fly you down to Eastern Cape so you can be part of the program. And I was like, damn, that's crazy. Finally, I'm the Steven Spielberg that I've always thought that I am, you know? And they were like, yeah, come through. We're going to book for you, and accommodation is on us as well. I was like, that's crazy, man. I wasn't expecting that. But anyway, that's part of the game, you know? When things are done properly, we get to benefit as filmmakers. I made my way down to the Eastern Cape, you know, beautiful province, beautiful city that I was in, beautiful people as well. We got down there and we started attending a couple of programs within the Expo, and finally my film got screened in front of an audience of industry experts and also other emerging filmmakers, and an audience as well, just general people who came through to the festival. It was great. It was a pleasant experience, and I must say that I've really learned a lot. You know, I've learned a lot from cinematography, you know, to the business side of the film making, because at the end of the day, you know, once you have the product, where do you take it, you know? So I got to learn of the channels, where to, you know, take some of the work that I have in terms of distribution as well, which is very important. Last week I was watching The Polygamist with Jonas, you know, and I was proud that, you know, finally as South Africans, you know, there's now platforms like our Netflix where we can get our content into to reach the global scale. So that was great to see the series trending worldwide. You know, that's major. So these are some of the things that we get to learn Guma Film Festivals afana nabo Eastern Cape Film Expo through ECDC. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoy the whole film festival experience, and make sure that you learn as much as possible. You know, last year when I was there, I got to mingle with, you know, some of the industry experts, you know, Nami Besing Vilut as a legend, you know, getting props from people within the industry who've been there before me and, you know, advising me and so forth. So these platforms are really important for us as, you know, filmmakers to be able to learn, network. So make sure that you learn as much as possible, enjoy yourselves there. And yeah, big shout out to the ECDC. Keep making sure that, you know, you endorse these programs. Don't forget to follow me. My name is Jovi Slash. I've got music out, I've got films out. Hey, that's what's up. God bless you and enjoy your stay there. That's what's up. Itaola.
Awesome. Okay. Great. That's lovely, light-hearted testimonials, and the experiences, from the past. Big shout out, obviously, to the ECTC, for creating the space and, building the platforms. Because that's what it's about. It's about making the connections, It's about learning, it's about sharing, and it's about exposure. Our next item on the program is the keynote address, and the gentleman who is going to render it is a son of the soil, son of this part of the world. He has collected accolades nationally and internationally. He has really contributed to the production value chain, of South Africa. Projects that fall under his belt is credited with perhaps The Seed, Imbewu, Interactions, Durban Gen, Fatal Seductions, Housekeepers, Isono, and Smoke and Mirrors. And certainly, these are just but a few of the productions, that he takes on. I know that he mentors a lot of youth from the province, and we are certainly looking forward, to his offerings and his ideas on screen. Can we please just put our hands together for Mr. Zugonotata? Thank you. Thank you.
I'm not presenting. Just give me a second. Just need space. Okay, give me space now. Le introduction yakho inzima mntakwethu uyayifaka ipressure. Molweni. Obviously, when they say you are going to deliver a keynote address, ucinga kakhulu. But before I just get into the speech that is written, I just wanted to speak from the heart and say, as filmmakers, siyayithanda le nto esiyenzayo. There's nothing else esinayo i-backup. That's the only thing that we do, and that is the only thing that we know. Indlala iyasibulala. And amathemba wethu akuni. I think it is important to note that. To the program director, representatives of the Eastern Cape Development Corporation, to the Eastern Cape Provincial Arts and Culture Council, honorable members of the government, distinguished guests, filmmakers, because I think we are here because of filmmakers, broadcasters that are here, to the NFVF, to the business people, and to the students, and most importantly to the members of the media. I want to say to all of you, good morning. It is an honor and a privilege to stand before you today, not as a filmmaker, not only as a producer, not only as a researcher, but as someone whose life has been completely transformed by the power of storytelling. Before I say anything else, I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to the Eastern Cape Development Corporation for creating this platform, because I think it is a very important platform for filmmakers. In many ways, what has brought us together today is much bigger than film. It is about possibility, it is about economic growth, it is about innovation. And I think I'm echoing the sentiments that you shared here with us today. By the way, I was in Kliptown on Tuesday. It was very quiet. What we are here for today is about changing the trajectory of people's lives. Because when we gather under one roof to talk about the creative industry, we are not simply discussing entertainment. We are discussing jobs. We are discussing entrepreneurship. We are discussing investment and we are discussing identity. And ultimately, we are discussing the future of our province and the future of our country. Ladies and gentlemen, every great civilization has been remembered because of the stories it chose to preserve. Long before there were books, before there was television, even before there was cinema, before there was the internet, that is now taking over a real cinema. Before there was the internet, yes, and before there were storytellers, stories taught communities who they were. Stories preserved history. Stories carried wisdom from one generation to the next. Stories helped nations to survive, and that has never changed. The only thing that has changed is the medium. Today, our stories travel through the cinemas. They travel through television. They travel through streaming platforms, through social media. They travel across continents with the click of a button. But they still perform the same function they have always performed before. They shape how we see ourselves. They shape how we see the world, and they shape how the world sees us. That is why storytelling matters, not because it entertains, but because it builds imagination. And imagination shapes reality. When I entered the film industry more than 2 decades ago, I did not enter the film industry as a director. I certainly did not imagine that one day I would stand before audiences like this delivering keynote addresses. I entered this industry as a script supervisor, and my job was easy. My responsibility was just continuity, making sure that if an actor picked a cup with their right hand in one shot, they did not suddenly hold it with their left hand in the next shot. Making sure that every scene connected seamlessly with the following scene. It may not have been, it may not have seemed glamorous at that time when I was doing it, but it taught me one of the greatest lessons of my career. Pay attention, observe everything, because every department matters. Every person matters, and every contribution matters. I spent years watching directors solve impossible problems. I watched producers stretch budgets beyond what was possible. And I watched actors pour their hearts into performances. I watched crews arrive before sunrise and leave long after sunset. Without realizing it, I was receiving an education that no classroom could ever provide. And perhaps that is one of the greatest gifts this industry offers. It teaches us that excellence is never created by individuals. It is always created by teams. Today, when audiences watch a film or a television series, they see the actors. Sometimes they know the director, but they occasionally know who the producer is. But what they do not see are the hundreds of people whose livelihoods depend on one production. You've got the drivers, you've got costume designers, you've got camera assistants, production coordinators, location managers, you've got caterers, makeup artists, the editors, even the security personnel. And most importantly, there are cleaners and there are runners. And every single one of them contributes in telling that one story. That was the first moment I began to understand something that has shaped the rest of my career. That film is not just about film. Film is about people. As my career evolved, I was privileged to direct productions that reached millions of viewers. I had the opportunity to produce my own work, to work with broadcasters, to collaborate with NFVF, to collaborate with the ECDC, to receive recognition that, if I'm honest, I never imagined when I first walked onto the first film set. Those achievements have been deeply rewarding, but they've also taught me something unexpected. Success changes your address. It should never change your purpose, though. Because the question is never how far we can go as individuals. The real question should be, how many people can we bring with us? That question has become the driving force behind everything I do, as a producer, as a director, as a businessman, and more recently as a researcher. Over the last few years, I've embarked on a journey that has taken me beyond film sets and into boardrooms, universities, government institutions, and creative communities across Africa. And as part of my research into the African film industry, I've had the privilege of interviewing filmmakers, broadcasters, policymakers, distributors, investors, and cultural leaders from across our continent. And I've listened to their stories, listened to their frustrations, and most importantly, to their dreams. Whether I was sitting in a meeting in East Africa or speaking to policymakers in South Africa or engaging filmmakers elsewhere in the continent, one reality became clear. Africa is not short of talent. We are very talented. Africa is not short of stories. Africa is not short of creativity. Our greatest shortage is opportunity. Not because opportunity does not exist, but because opportunity is unevenly distributed. And that is a problem we can solve. It is not a problem that we cannot solve. As I traveled across the continent, I discovered something else. No matter which country I visited, people spoke different languages, they ate different food, and they practiced different cultures. They carried different histories, yet every filmmaker I met wanted the same thing. They wanted to tell stories that matters, to earn a sustainable living, to create opportunities for others, and most importantly, to leave the industry stronger than they found it. It reminded me that although our countries may be separated by borders, our aspirations are remarkably similar. And this is why I believe the future of African storytelling will never be built by one province acting alone. It must be built by a lot of people coming together and collaborating. It will not be one broadcaster, it won't be one production company. The future will be built through collaboration, and I'm talking about real collaboration. I'm very fortunate that right now I'm working with ETV. If you look at the productions that they have, you'll find that they've matched or put together producers that are talented, that bring different skills to the table. When we started working with ETV, I was an independent producer working on my own. But when they gave me the opportunity to work with one of our own in the province, Oloyiso Makoma, it was a match made in heaven, and we created magic with him. And that is the power of storytelling. This reminded me that although our countries are separated, our aspirations are remarkably similar. And this is why I believe that our future of storytelling will never be built by us working alone. We need that kind of knowledge that allows us to move. Knowledge that allows us to move capital, to move skills, and ultimately to move opportunity. Which brings me to the Eastern Cape. There are very few places in the world whose identity is deeply connected to storytelling as this province. This is a province that has produced leaders who changed history, artists who shaped culture, writers who challenged injustice, and musicians whose voices traveled beyond our borders. Communities whose resilience has inspired generations. If stories were measured in heritage, the Eastern Cape would be one of the wealthiest places on earth. Yet heritage alone cannot build an industry. History alone cannot create jobs, and pride alone cannot retain talent. We must transform our cultural wealth into economic wealth. We must transform our creativity into enterprise, and we must transform our stories into sustainable livelihoods. Because every time a young filmmaker leaves Umtata or East London or Gqeberha or Butterworth believing that success only exists somewhere else, we lose more than a person. We lose innovation, we lose entrepreneurship, we lose future employers, we lose investors, and we lose mentors. We lose the possibility that the next globally celebrated production could have been built right here in the Eastern Cape. This is our opportunity today, not simply to celebrate film, but to ask ourselves a far more important question. What kind of a creative economy do we want the Eastern Cape to become? Because the answer to that question will not only shape the future of filmmaking in this province, but it will shape the future of thousands of young people who are waiting, not for charity, but for opportunity. And I believe with all my heart that opportunity can be built together. For many years, we have referred to film as an art form. And yes, it is an art form. We have celebrated it for its ability to move us emotionally, to make us laugh, to challenge our thinking, to preserve our culture. But today, I would like to suggest that we begin speaking about film differently. Film is not culture. Film is an industry. Film is an infrastructure. Film is investment. Film is one of the most powerful economic development tools available to us today. Around the world, countries have realized that stories are not simply consumed, but they are exported. They create intellectual property, they attract tourism, they stimulate innovation, they build brands, they create employment, and they generate wealth. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, we might not think that as filmmakers will be wealthy one day, but if we do things right, we will be wealthy. When someone watches a film set in a particular city, they don't only experience a story, they experience a destination. When a television series captures the imagination of audiences around the world, it does not only create viewers, it creates visitors, it creates investors, it creates curiosity. Stories have become one of the world's most valuable exports. So I often ask this question: if the world is investing billions into storytelling, why shouldn't the Eastern Cape? Sometimes we underestimate the economic ripple effect of one production. When a production arrives in a town, it doesn't simply hire actors. It books hotels, guest houses, hires local drivers, we buy fuel, we rent vehicles, we purchase even building materials to build sets. If it contracts local security companies, we employ caterers, we source wardrobe, it commissions local artists and purchases equipment where we can. We use restaurants. We create temporary and permanent employment. One production becomes hundreds of economic transactions. And when productions become consistent, communities begin to transform. Small businesses grow, young people acquire skills, and entrepreneurs emerge. Confidence grows as well. And this is why we must stop seeing film as an expenditure, but we must start seeing it as investment. Not because artists need support, but because economies need industries. One of the greatest privileges of my journey has been traveling across the continent, as I've said. And I've seen how people struggle to build their creative industry. But what I discovered confirmed something I had long suspected. The challenges we face are remarkably similar all over the continent. One of the biggest challenges is that we are fragmented. We are even fragmented in the industry. Siyawusokolisa urhulumente filmmakers, we also need to talk about that. We don't want to work together, so you have about 50 people trying to come in and do different things. Whereas if we can come together and present one solid thing, we will move forward. We work in isolation and duplicate effort. We compete for the same limited resources. We reinvent solutions that already exist elsewhere. And in doing so, we slow our own progress. Imagine if every province in South Africa built its creative economy without speaking to the others. Imagine if every municipality designed completely different systems. That result would be inefficiency. Now imagine that here in the province. That is the reality many African filmmakers face, but I believe that fragmentation is not our destiny. It is simply our current condition, and conditions do change. One of the most inspiring things I witnessed during my research was the willingness of people to collaborate sometimes. Despite the challenges, despite limited resources, despite bureaucracy, people still believed in partnerships. They believed in Africa's greatest strength that lies not in competing against one another, but creating together. Imagine what can become when filmmakers in Eastern Cape can easily produce with filmmakers in KwaZulu-Natal. When technicians from another province work alongside crews that are here in the province. When broadcasters commission stories that travel seamlessly across the continent. That is not an impossible dream. It is already beginning to happen. The question is whether we are prepared to accelerate it. The future of storytelling will not belong to those with the biggest cameras. It will belong to those with the strongest ecosystems. Technology has changed everything. Today, a young filmmaker with a laptop can edit a feature film. A creator with a smartphone can build audiences of millions. Artificial intelligence is reshaping our workflows. Virtual production is changing how films are made. Streaming platform has transformed distribution. The barriers that once kept African stories from global audiences are falling, but technology alone cannot build an industry. People build industries. Vision builds industries. Leadership builds industries. And collaboration builds industries. Allow me to speak directly now to the government. Government has a unique responsibility not to create filmmakers, but to create environments where filmmakers can succeed. And fortunately for us, this is one of them. The most valuable thing that government can provide is not merely funding. It is certainly clear policy, certainty, efficient regulation, skills development, infrastructure, support for small creative businesses, confidence for investors. And when those foundations exist, entrepreneurs do what entrepreneurs do. They start to build. To the private sector, I want to issue an invitation to you. The creative economy is not asking for charity. It is offering opportunity. There was a time when investing in technology seemed easy. Today, it is essential. There was a time when investing in renewable energy seemed uncertain. Today, that is strategic. The same is true of the creative industries. The business that invests in African intellectual property today will help shape tomorrow's global entertainment landscape. The question is not whether African stories have value. The world has already answered that. We've seen with the polygamist. And fortunately for me, I was behind the monitor as well. The question is not whether African stories have value, like I said. The question is whether African investors will recognize that value before everyone else does. To the broadcasters and streaming platforms, thank you. Your investment in local content has transformed countless careers, including my own career. But I also encourage you to continue expanding opportunities for emerging voices. Because every established filmmaker was once unknown. Every award-winning director once had no credits, and every successful producer once had no portfolio. Someone believed in them, someone took a chance, and because of that decision, an entire career was born. Never underestimate the power of saying yes to new talent. To the educational institutions, continue producing graduates, but also produce business people. Teach creativity, teach business, teach intellectual property, teach financial literacy, and teach negotiation, teach innovation. Because the filmmaker of the future must know how to direct a story and how to build a company. Having said this, also, this is a challenge to the filmmakers. Siyawunqena paperwork, guys. Siyawunqena sithi ngumdanti singafuni ukubhala amaphepha sisubmit. Let's also do that and help ourselves where we can. And finally, to every young creative sitting here today, you are entering the industry at one of the most exciting moments in history. The tools available to you today are more powerful than those available to my generation when we started. But let me also tell you this, technology may open doors for you. Character determines how long you remain in the room. Be dependable, be curious, respect people, arrive prepared, deliver excellence consistently. No one remembers what you did yesterday. Everyone wants to remember and see what you are good at today. Your reputation will travel further than your resume. People invest in people they trust. Protect that trust, because careers are built long before awards are won. Ladies and gentlemen, when I look around this room today, I do not simply see filmmakers. I see future employers, I see innovators, I see educators, I see investors, policymakers, storytellers, and most importantly, I see people capable of changing the economic future of this province. And that is why gatherings like this matter so much. They remind us that industry are not built by institutions alone. They are built by people who choose to believe that something greater is possible. History has shown us time and again that transformation begins with a conversation. But it never ends there. Conversations must become commitments. Commitments must become action, and action must become legacy. And that is the responsibility before us today. Allow me, as I conclude, to leave you with one final thought. Every single generation is presented with a defining opportunity. An opportunity that asks a simple question: what will you build that will outlive you? Some generations build roads, others build schools, others build industry, others build institutions. And I believe our generation has been presented with the opportunity to build something equally significant. We have been given the opportunity to build Africa's creative economy and Eastern Cape's creative economy, not for ourselves, but for those who will come after us. When history looks back at this moment, I hope it will not remember us just as mere filmmakers. I hope it remembers us as builders, builders of opportunity, builders of businesses, builders of careers, builders of confidence, builders of an industry that transformed lives. I often think about the young person sitting somewhere in Lusikisiki, somewhere Dangwana Ponsuka corner. Perhaps they have never stepped onto a film set. Maybe they have never even met a producer. They have never even spoken to a broadcaster. And they have never imagined that someone who looks like them could direct a feature film or build a successful production company. But today, they will write in a notebook and they will sketch a character. They will record an idea on a cell phone and they will imagine a story. And whether that story ever reaches the world depends in many ways on the decisions we make here today. Will there be training for them? Will there be funding for them? Will there be mentors to mentor them? Will there be production companies willing to take a chance? Will there be broadcasters looking for new voices? Will there be investors who understand the value of creativity? Those questions are not questions for tomorrow. Those questions are for us here today. There's an African proverb that says the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago, but the second best time is now. For many years, we have spoken about the potential of the creative industry. We've spoken about jobs, investment, transformation. Perhaps that time has come to stop talking about potential. Opportunity is created, designed, nurtured, it is protected, it is financed, and above all, it is shared. I often say that the film industry doesn't need gatekeepers. It needs more bridges to be built. So we need more people to build those bridges. We need people that are willing to connect provinces, to connect institutions, to connect generations, and to connect public and private sectors. Connect education with the industry, and connect creativity with commerce. Because every bridge we build creates a new pathway for someone else's dream. To every established filmmaker in this room, someone once believed in you before the world knew your name. Someone gave you your first opportunity. Someone opened a door for you. Now it is your turn. Mentorship is not charity, guys. Mentorship is succession. If we fail to develop those who come after us, then we have not built an industry. We have merely built careers, and careers end, but industries endure. To all the young people here today, please hear me clearly. Never allow where you come from to determine how far you believe you can go in life. Some of the greatest stories in the world have come from the most ordinary places. Some of the greatest filmmakers began with borrowed equipment. Some of the greatest producers began with impossible dreams. Your circumstances are not your ceiling. Your postcode is not your destiny. Your language is not a limitation. And your background is not a disadvantage. In fact, it is your greatest creative advantage. Because nobody can tell your story the way you can. Never apologize for telling stories rooted in your community. Never believe that authenticity is too small for global stage. The world is not searching for copies. The world is searching for the truth. Tell the truth about who we are. Tell the truth about where we come from. Tell the truth about what we dream of becoming. Those are the stories that travel. Those are the stories that endure. And to the ECDC today, I say thank you for recognizing that the creative economy belongs at the center of our development agenda. The work you are doing through platforms like this sends a powerful message that creativity matters, that poor people matter, and that young people matter as well. I encourage you to continue building an environment where investment is welcomed, skills are developed, and businesses can grow, and storytellers can flourish. Because every policy that enables creativity is a policy that expands opportunity. I encourage even the investors and business leaders to look beyond the budget of a single production. We need to look instead at a lifetime value of intellectual property. The next global franchise, the next internationally recognized filmmaker, the next studio and streaming innovations. Every successful creative business began with someone willing to invest before success was guaranteed. That is the nature of this vision. Everywhere I went, I've encountered extraordinary people doing extraordinary work, despite limited resources. Imagine what Eastern Cape can become when those talented people are supported by strong institutions, visionary leadership, and meaningful investments. Imagine what South Africa can become. Not simply as a location where production come to shoot, but a province where intellectual property is created, where we develop businesses, and where exports increase. Stories are among humanity's old technologies long before we built cities, long before we built stories, long before we created economies. We created stories long before we drew borders. We told stories. Stories have always shaped the way people think, and that is why today stories matter. As I close, I want to say one day, many years from now, another filmmaker will stand on this stage like this. And perhaps they will come from a village that today has no film studio. Perhaps they will have attended a school that today has no film program. And they will have been the first person in their family to work in the creative industries. And when they tell the story of how their journey began, I hope they will speak about this generation that is sitting in this room today. The generation that refused to believe that geography should determine opportunity. The generation that chose collaboration over competition. The generation that understood creativity is not a luxury, that it is an economy and it is strategy. The generation that invested in people before profits. The generation that believed African stories deserved African investment. The generation that built an industry instead of waiting for one. And when that story is told, may every one of us be able to say, we were here, we believed, we collaborated, we invested, and we built. Because history rarely remembers those who waited for change. History remembers those who created change. And I hope today that we can create that change. The cameras are ready, the lights are on, the stage has been set. The only question that remains is this: what story will we choose to tell together? Thank you. May God bless you. May God bless the Eastern Cape. May God bless South Africa. And thank you very much.
Kuhle ukubonga, kuhle ukuba nombono, njengetyatyambo umaneko nyandiva na Nyakifana! Kuhle ukubona. Kuhle ukuba nombono. Njengetyatyambo umane unkcenkceshelwa khona ukuze ungabuni. Uthi sele kuluzizi kunamagingxigingxi unyameke umane uthoba ngomonde vunduza nomboniso vunduza boniswa bazothi uyaboniswa ze ubaxelele wena ngophathisiweyo yiba sisilafulafu sesiduli sentuko okwegandaganda kugula wongule lonke ukhula kuba kakade ubomi ngumzamo uhle ukuboniswa okwenyekevu inyotshoza ithule ngoba kaloku unako ndinako sonke sinako kwabangena hoyo ngqondo kusibakele kwam bakrwabekile kweli kancuthu wena ncuthu uchumile yithi uzawuyenza you'll do it. You'll do what you were designed to do. Ulinde ntoni? Subalisa yenza. Sulibazisa yenza. Ngoba kaloku kwelikama zenzele kuyanyanzeleka usukume wenze. Uthandabuza nje unako vele uthule wenze. Ipause.
Apho atyebile asizuwagxobha we would love it kodwa if unosincedisa nje sikhe sibe nayo esi speech sakho sisenze public uyabona sisharishe nabanye because there are just so many gems in the ityebe kakhulu asifuna ibhoxe enkosi kakhulu we are running behind in terms of schedule. We break for tea now. I don't know how possible it is to have tea in 10-15 minutes and then we attempt to come back as soon as possible. Okay, we can break for tea. Tea is ready for us now.
Innovative solutions that can help a more sustainable digital ecosystem. So I encourage you to engage openly, challenge ideas respectfully, and contribute to a unique perspective as we examine one of the most defining issues of our time. I would like to call upon our first speaker for the session, Executive Director of SACO, to provide an overview of the sports, creative and cultural industry's contribution to the South African economy. Please help me welcome our first speaker, Ms. Unathi Luchaba.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests. innovators, collaborators, creatives. It's a pleasure for us to be here today in Makanda with you and with all the stakeholders that will be part of today's discussion and for, I think, day 3 of the Film Expo. Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge, I think, a couple of faces I've seen here in the room that are familiar, and those not really unfamiliar, but familiar, if you get what I mean. It's cold. My name is Unati Luchaba, and I work for the Nelson Mandela University. I have been entrusted with the South African Cultural Observatory at the Nelson Mandela University, where the organization is hosted, as its executive director. Mine is to welcome you today and to also provide a bit of a background overview of what the South African Cultural Observatory is, what it does, why we do what we do. And my colleagues, Darren and Colin, will then take us through the remainder of the program. You know, in South Africa, I think, and maybe in many other parts of the world, but in particular in South Africa, for more than 3 decades, the creative economy has fought for its rightful position in our country. It has been fighting for its recognition, for its legitimacy, because creatives are doing amazing work in the sector, work that is meaningful, work that contributes to the economy of the country, and work that is providing employment opportunities for people in this country. And not only that, but the work that is produced by this sector also gets to be consumed by international audiences. So I think part of that recognition part we've won. And I'm saying this because recently, over the few years, governments, businesses, even creatives for that matter, are now talking differently about the creative economy. So I think the issue is no longer about the recognition, but it's about what then next. So at the South African Cultural Observatory, where I work, we have for the past 10 years been tracking the pulse of the creative economy in South Africa. And most recently, we have been tasked to also track and measure the pulse of the sports sector in South Africa. Because this is a sector that contributes a lot to South Africa's economy, but for the longest time, we didn't know. And not knowing what the sector contributes to economy results in a mismatch in strategies, a mismatch in funding decisions, a mismatch in policy decisions that are meant to support the sector. So we were established in 2015 to understand what the sector's contribution in South Africa is, in terms of its GDP contribution, in terms of employment, and in terms of trade. And what we've learned over the years is that, firstly, this is one of the fastest growing sectors in South Africa's economy. What we know about the sector far outweighs its potential. And I think most of you would agree, especially if you have come across some of the work that we've done that digs into the numbers. But we're not only looking at the economic part of the creative economy, but we look at where actually inclusion needs to deepen. So in terms of the data and the numbers of what we know, just in brief summary, we now know that the creative economy in South Africa contributes 3% to South Africa's GDP. That's an equivalent of 271 billion rands, right? That's the first part. And this is a sector that doesn't get the same recognition as agriculture, which is almost on par in terms of contribution. And if you consider that some of us, when we were coming here this morning, we were probably playing music on our phones. We were playing music, listening to radio. Last night, maybe some of us, before we went to bed, we watched our favorite show on TV. Maybe some of us, whilst waiting for us to get ready to set up here, one was reading a book or a magazine or catching up on the news, reading from a newspaper. That's the creative sector. So this is not just a sector that is just meant for entertainment, but it's competitive and it's got value. And so we measure that value so that policymakers in South Africa and governments can put in, allow me to use the word, right strategies or interventions that are in alignment with what we know with the sector. And this sector employs 6% of South Africa's population. And you must remember, this is a sector that's largely informal. So when I say 6% of the population, it could be an underestimate because we are not able to get to every business, to every creative and account for every one of them. So about 1.4 million South Africans are employed in this sector, whether they are creatives, working in a creative firm, or they are doing creative work in a non-creative firm. But we now know that this is a sector that puts bread on the table and it puts South Africa on the map. But there's a sad picture. You know, there's always a good and a bad side to every story. The geographic, what is this thing we learned in geography? The map. Your English, Jan Kauta Kaitanda. The geographic map of the creative economy in South Africa is uneven. So a concentration of these creatives are in Gauteng province, are in the Western Cape province, and are they in KwaZulu-Natal, because the sector likes to come together in these in areas where there's large district municipalities. So which means with all the creative talent that exists in other provinces, such as your Eastern Cape, your Limpopos in the Northern Cape, as creative and as talented as some creatives are, but they are not in the equal footing with their counterparts in the other provinces because there's a lack of a lot of things, a lack of infrastructure, digital access, and so many other things. And so the work that SACO does assists in bringing this evidence to the attention of policymakers and governments so that then policies can be aligned. Decisions about funding decisions can speak to the true reflection of what is happening in the different provinces of what makes South African creative landscape work. We're also seeing creative products, creative goods and services leaving the country in terms of exports. So the rest of the world is buying our creative goods and exports. Our biggest trading partners are in the US, Mexico, and Canada blockchain, and as well as the SADC region and Middle East and Asia, to be interesting enough. So we are selling our sounds, we are selling our stories. And these are the things that we do at the South African Cultural Observatory that are a reflection of what is happening here. But coming back to why we are here and why this conversation is important, a lot of the emerging technology that's rewriting how creatives are producing work, how creatives are consuming creative goods and services has got a lot to do with the technological changes that have taken place over time, which to a certain extent has also opened a window of opportunity for people who've got, or firms who do not have good intentions about the sector, and which then results in revenue streams being stripped off from creatives and companies that are supposed to be accruing benefit from the creative work. And so we are here today because we want to have a conversation about some of these things. And together as a collective, with our collaborators and our partners, come up with what can work, what is it that we want, what kind of creative economy do we want, and what kind of policies do we want to see, and how can we partner together as a sector with governments and policymakers and internet service providers to bring the solutions to the fund. So in that very long and short summary, I was welcoming you, and I hope we're going to have an engaged session. We are all going to be participating in today's session. I know the program said we are speakers, but we are all here to have a conversation because we want together to build the kind of creative economy we want. So thank you so much, Sissy, and thank you to everyone that is here today.
Thank you, Sis Luchawa, Sis Unati, let me say, for those words and encouraging us, as we know that today's session is more of an engagement, a collaboration into finding those solutions to help creatives. Help me join and invite our second speaker of this session, Mr. Darren Oliphant from Adams & Adams, who will be giving us a framework of the legislation gaps and international best practices and the intended outcomes. Please welcome Darren Oliphant.
Morning, everyone. Thank you very much, and thank you, Colin, for inviting me, and lovely to see everyone here. I thoroughly enjoyed the earlier speaker, Nati, as well as the one before that. Zuko mentioned in his talk intellectual property at least 4 times, and I was late for the conversation, and I'm an intellectual property lawyer. What I want to share with you today is just a practical perspective of where I see, having worked with intellectual property for 30-odd years, the first time going around the Ellis Park stadiums during the Rugby World Cup in 1995, collecting counterfeit and pirated goods, to today, where we're dealing with internet piracy and protecting creatives in a slightly different way, mainly through the internet, which hardly existed back in 1995. So I'm going to share kind of 4 stories with you. Really client interactions. The first one is to do with Facebook and Meta. The second one is to do with PIC rights, who look after the rights of creators and photographers. The third one is to take it into the software world, because creativity these days is a lot of it is software enhanced. And then talk about Hector Peterson and that famous photograph around the Youth Day celebrations. And how that kind of gives us some telling factors into how we can help creatives protect their own intellectual property and what gaps there are in South African legislation, and leading very nicely, hopefully, into Colin's talk about what are the practical examples that we can all use. So speaking firstly about Meta and Facebook, I don't know if any of you have had an issue with either using a photograph on and putting it on Facebook and wanting it taken down. Maybe having your own photograph up there and you want to take it down. Maybe you've taken a photograph and someone else has used it and you want to take it down, right? And you know, those of you, I'm going to tell you, you can write to Facebook, show that you have rights in this particular let's call it a photograph, or maybe it's a jingle, maybe it's a song, and ask them to take it down. And actually, that's a solution that's only arisen in the last 15 or so years since Meta and Facebook has been around. Before that, you had to go to court. You had to sue Meta in Los Angeles or in California, where they're based. You had to get an order, prove the infringement, spend a lot of money on lawyers, and you can imagine for a single photograph, it was just unrealistic. So there's a solution that's been created, what we call a takedown procedure, that is fairly efficient for what it does to protect creatives in the economy. It doesn't always work. I'm sure a lot of you have written there and had nothing, but in principle, it does exist. From a platform provider, and we've acted for Facebook before, of course, they want to promote freedom of expression. So they don't want to take down stuff that's not absolutely an infringement. Otherwise, they're inhibiting freedom of expression, right? So there's a balancing of rights that one has to get right. I'm just going to leave that there. PIC Rights is an organization that collects rights of photographers and creatives and really works mainly for agencies like Great Stock, where you can go and if you want to, let's say, a picture for a promotion, then you go and get a license from them to use that picture, and the photographer earns a cut, they earn a cut, and you then get, then that's how it works. But a lot of people use rights in photography. They just put up a picture and they don't pay either the agency and the creator. So we've created what's called Respecting the Lens around that. It's an educational project aimed at assisting the enforcement project protect those and get those rights. And what it requires is writing to the individual concerned and saying, hey, you're using an infringing work. You may not actually know it. Please take it down and please pay your license fee. That's as simple as it gets. And if they don't, we have legislation in South Africa where we can write, if it's hosted in South Africa by an internet service provider, in fact, in most countries, and say they're infringing material, please, you are hosting that material, please take it down. That's called a takedown under those procedures, and it relies on you being able to find that person or organization using the material. Okay, so the first one was around a platform hosting material, and they've got their independent body. This is around you actually engaging directly with the website owner. The third is getting into the software arena, which is what we call the BSA, the Software Alliance. It's a group of software, Microsoft and all the big guys effectively, but also includes increasingly local people providing software. A lot of creativity gets done in software and software programs, and they've got together a program that uses not only the enforcement but also education and lobbying towards getting correct laws in place, and an educational system around one, only respect, but also around doing the right thing. Because actually, if you are infringing, and a lot of the argument comes, but hang, these things are so expensive, and because they're so expensive, most of us can't afford it, and therefore we're going to use the pirated versions. And the pirated versions they're there as a Trojan horse. What I mean by that is actually you get the pirated version for free, but so do you get cybercrime, and so do you get a whole lot of other things that you don't want, right? In addition to that, from a country perspective, you are actually defrauding the country of valuable tax revenue, right? Hopefully it gets spent right. And the other thing is, obviously, from the creator of that software program, you're disincentivizing them from creating that software program. So that's the third aspect. The third aspect, and then the fourth little story is around that Hector Peterson photograph. Those of you who know the photograph of 1976 riots, interestingly, because they were against the compulsory teaching of Afrikaans in schools, right, which would also preclude creatives from expressing in their own language. So there's a connection there. Takes the photographs, gets killed in the riots, and that becomes synonymous with what we call Youth Day today. So we protect that photograph on a pro bono basis. But the reason why that's important, we're not really protecting it because, well, an element is to give the rights holder, the photographer, and now his the trust that's been set up, valuable revenue to sustain their movement and to reward him, but also to protect the cultural significance of the photograph itself. So you see, where you talk about creativity and we talk about local creativity, you're also talking about culture. So a lot of this is about protecting culture as well. Okay. So there again, it goes into respect, it goes into a proper enforcement program, plus the legislation in place. Now, what South Africa doesn't have in place, and by the way, Colin asked me just to talk about the scale of the problem in terms of numbers. Approximately 30% of all users, and this was done by the software industry, use pirated software. So that's a high number, right? So 30% across the creative industry using pirated software. What it is not significantly higher than any other country, but it is significant enough to say this is a problem. Right. And if you go into the other numbers, I'm sure there'll be even greater detail of that. I can just share that number with you. So it's not a small problem. And 30% of the 3% you've just talked about now is, I think, if my maths is right, 1%. So that's a significant number if you talk about that. And I think it's actually even higher. So what are the gaps? So when you talk about a takedown and when you talk about the enforcement role here, the challenge we have is that if it's an institutional site, for example, website that just takes infringing material wholesale, right? You can't find it. It's kind of anonymous. It exists extra-jurisdictionally, in other words, outside the country. There's no real way in which you can do a takedown. You do it, yeah, put it this way, if you do an individual takedown, you'll be there all day because you take down one, 10 more go up. It's almost impossible to do. So there's a need legislatively for some kind of mechanism, and this is where what they call site blocking comes in to protect the industrialized crime around creative misuse or misappropriation. Okay, and what that means is actually not taking it down. You allow it to remain up, but you restrict access to it. So if you're in South Africa, you cannot access the We Buy Movies site that's using pirated movies, pirated polygamous Netflix series, whatever it might be, right? You can write to them, provided you do certain things correctly, you can get that. You can restrict access to the local user, and in that way force them to become legitimate users, right? And the circle works. Now, obviously, both the takedown notice and the site blocking notice can be misused, right? And in terms of legislation and policy, it's about getting the balances right. What do we need to put in place to make it not capable of abuse? And also, how do you make it easy to use? Just to share some examples very quickly in an IP rights infringement. IP rights, unfortunately, is not well understood. It's unfortunate. Now, very easy to understand. I love AI because it gives you, everyone in the audience, a very quick and easy way to understand what we talk about when we talk about IP rights. Mostly in this situation, copyright. Now, copyright exists, it's unregistered mostly, except importantly, for films. Why it's important for registration of copyright in films is that you can show a piece of paper to an administrative person to show I have rights in that particular cinematic ref. That is very, very powerful, and it's very cheap to get, right? Whereas for photographs and all other types of intellectual property that are protected by copyright, mainly software, right, you have to go and prove your rights. Now, proving your rights creates risk and cost, right? So, and then the next thing you have to show it's actually been copied, because you can reverse engineer. I mean, in other words, if I've got the Uber, I can take that idea and reverse engineer that idea. As long as I don't copy the Uber look and feel, I can create Bolt, right? So when you show copyright infringement, you actually have to show copying. And that's another when you go to court, that's another area where it's tricky. It adds cost and risk. And as a result, copyright infringement is very tricky. So what you got to try and do in creating a solution to the big industrial piracy problem is to make sure you don't have to show these things. You can show it by producing a registration certificate, or make it very easy to show that you have the rights that you want to enforce. So that's one of the other areas. What you want to do is avoid people like me, lawyers, right, to get the rights, your enforcement of your rights. And that's what the Facebook takedown process does so well. You can do it yourself. And that's actually where you want it to be done, right, with the lawyer in the background just guiding you, right. So that's where we are in terms of both the lacuna, the gap, right, some of the solutions. Site blocking, Colin's going to talk about that right now. And I just want you to consider it as a pyramid. So where you've got at the base of the pyramid, where you've got a single infringement, like I put my, someone is using my photograph on Facebook, and I can write to Facebook and ask for it to be taken down. That's the base layer. It requires a responsible intermediary, right? I.e. Facebook, let's say. The second layer is that infringing website, but then it happens again, you get one taken down, then the next one, you get one taken down, and then the next one taken down. So you add a bigger stick. You add a stick that says for an account holder who does that all the time, they can in fact get blocked and they're not allowed to use Facebook. And that happens, or whether it be Facebook or any of the other social media platforms, or an internet service provider refuses to have them host their website on their ISP. Okay, and then the final tier. This is what we're talking with now, and Colin's going to speak a bit. Is about this blocking remedy, which doesn't exist in South Africa. What are the remedies available for that? And I'm just going to say, when you're going through the questions I'm just going to ask a bit later, what do you need to prove, right? Who do you need to show? Do you have to go to the court, or can you just use an administrative body? How do you provide the oversight, so to make sure it's not abused? How do you provide the transparency so that people can get trust in the system, right? And then how do you make sure that there's oversight, right? And who is the person to oversee it? So I'm going to leave it there. I hope that's enough of just a background, and I've done my job. Cheers.
Thank you so much, Mr. Olifi, giving us that framework and the tools and mechanisms of us as creators protecting themselves in their work. Moving swiftly along, without wasting any more time, I'd like to call on our third speaker of the session, Mr. Colin Dlamini, who's the Executive Director of the Anti-Coalition for Anti-Piracy. Thank you so much. Let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you, Sinai. As Sinai said, I have the privilege and honor to lead the Anti-Piracy Coalition, which is an organization we started early last year to advocate for no-fault site blocking and to protect the creative industry from digital piracy, specifically digital piracy. And that is because piracy has really evolved from the days when Darren was hunting for those guys who were pirating DVDs at Nord and Brie, to now where it is on the internet. And it may seem as if it's an issue that is not really apparent to you, it's not visible, but it causes so much damage to the creative sector. And it harms investor confidence into this industry. And it's an issue that we have decided to tackle, working with various partners, because we can't do this alone. Last year, we were at Avijosi, and I'm glad Nosip was here, and we hosted a digital piracy session there to just create the awareness. And we were amazed by the response, because so many people were just not aware of how much of a big problem online piracy is in South Africa. And then we also went to the Creative Sports Futures Summit in Cape Town that was hosted by SACO. And now we're here at the Film Expo in Makanda, and thanks to Mr. Lionel Billings for hosting us. We really appreciate this partnership, and to, again, not only create awareness this time, but we've come up with this concept of a regulatory sandbox, which is slightly different from just having a panel discussion or having keynote speakers. because we are here to create solutions. For those who are not aware, the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies is currently working on a draft white paper on audiovisual and audio content services and online safety. And that is a piece of legislation which we believe will help us tackle piracy decisively. Currently, piracy doesn't have a home in our legislative framework. It doesn't. We have a copyright amendment bill which ordinarily should have a section on piracy, but it's a bill that is now outdated and overtaken by events. It's a bill that we had a constitutional court judgment that was delivered last week, Friday, and it has been going to and fro between Parliament since 2015. So it doesn't take into account what is happening in the online environment, what is happening with Gen AI, which is going to significantly impact on this industry. But we have a chance with this draft white paper, and hence we have invited the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies and some of the regulatory bodies that report into DCDT and the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture into this regulatory sandbox. And what a sandbox is basically, it's a safe space where we can test policy ideas together and come up with solutions which we can present to the policymakers. So think of it as a simulation. When pilots have to test even aircraft is safe enough to fly, they won't test it with passengers on board, right? They will do a simulation and test all the variables on how safe it is, and then once they are comfortable that it's safe to fly, then they can have passengers on board. So that's what we're doing today. We're going to have this live regulatory sandbox where everyone's voice in this room matters, whether you are from civil society or from government, or you are part of regulators. There are some regulators also in the room, or whether you are a creative. You will have an opportunity to voice out your opinions. So what we will do is we will divide the room into a few groups, and then we will have discussions. So what we've done, as Darren has mentioned, is because site blocking, which is the solution we are proposing, is not a solution which doesn't have pros and cons. It's got pros and cons, but we need to test that balance, and we need to provide the regulator with a fair view of what does everyone think from this room. So we'll divide the room into 4 groups, where we will have Garabo, show your hand. Garabo will be leading the discussion. He's got a question with him, which he will share with the group, and he'll be leading the discussion with the government and regulators. And then we have Fiona. Fiona's there, will be leading the discussions with the internet service providers. So you don't have to be particularly in your day-to-day job, a government official, but you just wear your hat just for 10 minutes and pretend you are a government official, and then we'll test some ideas with you and gather that feedback, and we'll share at the end of the session. So it's going to be very quick, and we've already briefed our facilitators to just guide you in terms of having that discussion, and we'd really like you to participate and engage. We also have Zama. Yes. And we also have, yes, my brother over there. So you guys will move around. You'll have your groups.
Topics.
Sorry?
Topics for Zama's
Zama's leading the creative industries and rights holders. Snetemba? Civil society and public interest. So we'll move it, they'll move around and then we'll have those discussions for the next 10 minutes and then we'll gather that feedback. And then before they give us the feedback, as they collate that feedback, we will run a poll with you and we have some exciting prizes and gifts that are generously provided by the South African Cultural Observatory. Thank you, Sis Unati. So at least there'll be something you will leave with here with beyond just the knowledge we are providing. So the next 10 minutes we expect this room to get busy and looking forward to getting some of your thoughts. So let's engage.
Yeah, coach. Yeah.
Thank you.
Is it done?
Yeah, just 2 minutes, facilitators, to wrap up the conversations.
So how are you, what do you plan on doing at Come on,
Oh, you mean the poll?
yeah.
Well, we have
Just give them the golden slide, okay? So that, and then I'll just do it.
The thing is, you don't have to change on that laptop that is running.
Okay, Icon is coming out to connect it quickly. It'll be enough. Just check with the thing if you received the email.
Oh, so you read out the questions. You read out the questions.
Okay, talk to me.
Makes sense. Yeah, then you can do it that way. Then you can use the laptop. Let me show you.
Oh, okay. Oh, so Icon is coming. The internet guy is coming.
Ulana, right?
Right, thank you.
Start the presentation. It's fine. You know what? Let's just do it.
The internet is down, right, Roya? Oh, it's down. Yeah.
Okay, so
But the screen sharing, we'll have to make a plan with this laptop here. So you log on here for the poll.
okay.
Yeah. And the
But if you
PDF.
don't make the
There's
time,
here. And just give us 3 minutes.
It's fine for now. For the next 5 minutes, we're just going to get feedback.
Yes, correct. Everyone. Well, there's no internet right through. Even upstairs, we've got no internet. Everything is down. Come check it. You were Jonas saying there's no internet.
you start the presentation. Highlight it as page.
Now, but that is slow now.
Yeah. My engines won't.
Yeah.
So connect to internet.
We actually have come up with a different solution.
It's fine, let's do it. Connect.
Get my hand in there.
makes this device?
To the school.
They couldn't.
Yeah, because it'll be in this thing, so I'll bring everything on Yes, or but it's fine. We can come in the front. But the university is really a front. So I come back there. Because I come inside the talk team about the internet. Where they entering the building by the door. So this is email, is it? Okay, so parliament. No.
The link is working.
Is it working now?
Yeah, so they're streaming on Facebook and they're streaming on their website. So I asked you to put it on the social media because I'm trying to
Can they also send, can just send it to me? Or do you have it? And then I'll forward it to them.
I'm going to show you this one so you must
Okay, can you open and find the books?
What's going on?
So the code is open, just to get the PDF.
Okay. Fiona, do you mind coming up? Oh, you've got a mic there. All right. You're ready. You can come.
I mean, until I knew it was part of it, I didn't know.
It's September. We can wrap up now, right? Thank you, Zama. Thank you, Karabo. Thank you. It's an ongoing conversation, so we can still have the conversation afterwards. But let's settle back in and let's get the feedback from the facilitators. Thank you very much. Fiona will be up first, and then we'll go into the poll.
I think that's
No, it's fine. They'll just come up. Yeah, they'll come up.
Shall we start? What day is it? Is it day 2? Screen savers? What does the screen savers?
Should never say the profit.
Good night, man.
Good afternoon, everyone. So we'll be brief because I think all of us think it's lunchtime, right? It's already 1 o'clock. So in our group, we were a small but powerful group. So we were discussing internet service providers, and we have a scenario in which there is a service provider that has both pirated content and legitimate educational content. So do we just block the whole site, and how do we prevent overblocking? So the conversation we had began with having regulatory guidelines in place. So essentially having a step-by-step process, looking at the user who could report that there is pirated content, so partly relying on the ethics of some people using the site, and having a step-by-step process in place where it's very clear what would happen if pirated content is then reported. So we have the regulatory guidelines in place to help manage the human hand and to manage conflict, and then we have the procedural step-by-step approach of what do we do once pirated content is reported. We then link this to, say, if you have a broadcaster that has harmful material that they have put into a television show, you have a toll-free line that you can call and report it. So essentially talking about a similar thing where we have maybe a little button there that you can click on to say you would like to report pirated content, but not just pirated content. The same procedure could be used for harmful content as well. So potentially tying it into other things. We also discussed a Southern African code for harmful content, saying, well, it's no good if we take it down in, say, South Africa, but it's still available in Ghana or Nigeria or another country. So using the power of coming together to regulate and have this approach in place. The last thing we spoke about was, well, what are the consequences of either uploading pirated content and then using pirated content as well. So if we've gone through this technique of checking to make sure it's legitimate pirated content, not something if creatives have some competition with each other. But if it is actually pirated content, what happens? Your device could be blocked, meaning you can no longer access the site, for example. And lastly, having penalties for the ISP as well for non-compliance. So a fine system in place, and then potentially using that to support regulatory frameworks, or even feeding it back into, say, a young filmmaker's bursary, for example. So that is us. I'll hand over to the next group.
Good afternoon, everyone. We had a group of the mighty creatives, and we were dealing with the question of the scenario that we're given. A major local music label discovers that 3 streaming piracy sites together generate more monthly visits than any licensed South African platform. The sites are hosted offshore, and we were to discuss what evidence threshold should trigger a site blocking order, and who bears the burden of proof, and how should local artists be protected during the process. I will just run through the key themes that came out of the engagement. I think the one key one was proving your rights and that being the owners of the right owner, the creative themselves, that they need to be able to prove their right before they put in any kind of request or demand for any takedown or shutting down of any site. That they must be able to prove their right, but then the tools to be able to do that, I think there was an emphasis on a kind of registration process that will make it easy for artists to do that. Yes, there are processes in place for things like film and so on, but for other creative means, registration process is not clear for artists, and if there was going to be such a universal registration process, it will make life easy, because once you've produced that certificate, then you'll be able to prove your rights as an artist, and the ability to take down, being accessible also to the rights owner, the creative, so that they don't have to go around and hire expensive lawyers. Lawyers can sometimes get pricey, and they don't have to go around hiring lawyers to no disrespect, my learned friends, but that there is, the means of doing that are accessible. Although a point was made for the importance of collective protection, so that the creatives themselves do not have to figure all of this out on their own, because there was an appreciation that yes, it is important that creatives stay creative, because if they also now are the ones that have to figure out, and they're busy tracking online which website is which and so on, by the time they're done that, creativity is out the window. So somehow there's got to be a way of some kind of collective tracking, collective protection system. And I think there was also a recommendation around the number of strikes, that you can have a system where there is maybe 30 seconds you can access, or even less, but if you for free without paying, but then if you try again, then you are prompted to buy, and then if you still try again without buying, then maybe that's when the shutdown or you being removed from the site happens, so that you can have those kind of levels. But otherwise, the issue of the source, who the owner of the site is, I think that was also spoken about, that it is important that ownership of such sites is identified, so that legitimate legal action can be taken. And if those sites are perhaps free sites or subscribed sites, obviously it will make life easier, but we concluded that probably if it's a piracy site, there's no subscription, because we thought though if there is subscription, then it's easier to track who is doing those that download. I think I've spoken about the importance of the chain of title and having the right to take down. If you have that, you can prove that chain of title, and the registration with an institution I've spoken about, because there is also the issue of if you're in creative and you have to come up with your own chain of title, you can sometimes not be sure if there is some other third party sitting somewhere else in the world generating fake proof of evidence, generating a fake chain of title, for the very same content. And so that also was one of the things that we felt could be an issue. That is why we needed also collaboration and bilaterals and cross, country relationships, because the laws that apply in South Africa versus the laws that may apply in that other offshore country may be an issue. And so we need those bilaterals that go beyond particular jurisdictions. Also, music labels put a responsibility onto the the record labels themselves to take ownership in terms of keeping that paper trail of evidence, so that creatives, if anything, can rely on that music label to be the one that has a record of all the titles and keeping track of all the the evidence of ownership, and obviously the publisher will also come into play there. I think we covered most of that. I think we were encouraged by, there are systems, I think the people did share the systems that are already existing, like auto-saving and things like that, that there are ways that you can use already as a creative to make sure that you are building the chain of title for yourself. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Yes, my name is Netema Vichina, and I was in charge of Group 3, which looks at civil society and public interest. So our scenario was a consumer rights group raises concern that no-fault site blocking could be misused to silence legitimate commentary or commutation given the lack of a judicial pre-authorization step. So what it means by a no-fault site blocking, it means that it's a right that allows right holders to obtain court injunctions to block access to sites that promote piracy. So now there's a lack of a judicial pre-authorization, meaning that we didn't go to court for approval. So the discussion is, how should the public be informed when a site is blocked? So in our discussions, we first said that we need to have public campaigns, both in social media, as well as mobilizing people on the grounds to raise awareness of piracy and how this affects the right holder. We also said that before people can access a site that is blocked, after we've also taken down those sites and show them which sites are blocked, we can then have a disclaimer when you're clicking on a site that should you enter or use this site, you please know that you're infringing on the right holder's rights, and this can lead to further legal action to you. Also, there was an idea that maybe we can also, since now laptops have a webcam, when someone clicks on that site, there can be a biometrics way, like a pop-up of a camera to take a picture of that person to make them scared about continuing using that site. Yeah, we show them which site is blocked. We can then also discuss that should you cluster and producers decide, more established stakeholders can also join the cry and help to raise awareness on privacy by having videos. Also, the actors, famous actors, so that people can resonate with the actor if they love them. So that when they are starting a movie or even like broadcasting of that person, it shows that what is the cause, what causes are you doing when you are going to a privacy site where we show your art, your favorite actor as a successful person, but the more and more you go to that site, you are then taken away from their income, and now they are going back to the location and staying there. So we show them that whole picture, or we can use the emotional side, where we then use the mother's and then we see that this is what happens to an actor, like when what happens to your mother when your mother gets scammed at the bank, think that is going to get the sales for you, but now it's coming to act with nothing. So we can also use that. We can also schools bags, which are impactful and we have a motive to stop. So the last question that what oversight verification of man so that we have to assign that has the same structure as FPB or CCC, so that people can expect and be able to remove the message. That's the message that we're trying to raise. Thank you. We can also
Thank you, colleagues. I am government. Thank you so much. Us as and other colleagues from government met to consider the Electronic Communication Transactions Act as a possible place where we could place the South-looking articulations. And I think first and foremost, we said in terms of policy and transferable skills, the one that is transferable, the top of mind that we can look into in terms of South Africa would be the Australia one, the Copyright Act, and I think the United Kingdom Copyrights Design and Patents Act. Thank you so much. That was an Ericsson coming up in I promise I'm not that old. In terms of the second question, so the one that is transferable. You see, one of the biggest challenges of government is that we always have to cater for multiple stakeholders in terms of making decisions, and we should always look into why. And I think the United Kingdom Copyrights Design, I'm government, I'm in charge. We should always look into what other stakeholders are doing on our part, so that whatever it is that we do as government does not necessarily antagonize our colleagues. So we met with multiple stakeholders in government, and we came up with a solution that we think would be workable for everybody that is involved. And so in terms of the time frame, we've learned from the FIFA World Cup that when there's necessary urgency, legislation can be changed in time. So there was legislation that was changed over 3 months because of the FIFA World Cup was coming. So 2 years is a very good time to change if there's necessary urgency that we can place, and that those that are affected as the stakeholders within the sector are in agreement in terms of whatever the changes that are. And in the long term, we do need an amendment, and I think we agree that we can position that amendment is somewhere within the subsection 77 of the FIFA World Cup. That I always forget. Electronic Communications Transaction Act that already speaks about takedown notices. It can have a caveat that also addresses questions of side blocking. And while that happens in the parallel process, we can also propose that as government, we look into empowering organizations like Zepna with regulatory powers, so that they are able to enforce takedown notices that they are already experiencing. Since we know that whatever domain that is registered in South Africa has to be within that platform, they are the ones who are best positioned to advise us as government in terms of which sites must be taken down. So we should give them some power so that they can take down those sites protected by us as the government. Parallel to that, we're thinking of what happens as government to push the notion of urgency so that the Amendment Act happens faster, is to highlight with our colleagues in social development that whatever content that is put that is prioritized is not only challenging in terms of the sectors of creative sector, but it also puts dangerous material that is consumed by children. So if it's a collective effort that is run by multiple stakeholders within our systems, it will necessarily create the support infrastructure that shows the urgency for the amendments to happen. And parallel to that, then we can, with our education, run trainings and education for innocent transgressors. You know, those is to highlight what schemes are on YouTube. You know, we don't mean bad, you don't know that what you're doing is wrong, so we should put in some way with our colleagues at education to ensure that we educate in terms of what pirated material is. We already don't charge you for SABC, so there's no need. You know what I mean? So, in summary, in the long term, within 2-year framework, we can have an Amendment Act if there is agreement amongst us as government and our stakeholders, social development, specifically arts and culture and education. That's in the long term. And in the short term, we can create the education's trainings with Department of Education to educate innocent transgressors, highlighting the importance that whatever it is put that is not verified is not only taking away revenue, but it also produces harmful content. We are government and we are in charge.
Thank you. Thanks to our facilitators and thanks to you for your contributions. I think give yourselves a round of applause. This was really engaging and very constructive, so we really appreciate it. And now we'll just move quickly onto the poll. I think it's the next slide, right?
No, we're just going to go straight into it.
Oh, we'll go straight into it. QR code?
The QR code is in the PDF.
Okay. We'll do this very quickly. Can you kindly scan that QR code? I don't know about the Ericsson guy, if they'll be able to.
Announcement. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, just to use the exit, please use that door because it's quite disturbing when we're opening and closing this door. And there's also an exit in the back on the left. So I just suggest use that exit. Thank you. And the entrance. QR code, let's see what it says. Just once. Sign up in a few clicks.
Okay, we have no. Okay, in the interest of time, because we're having some slight technical issues. That's what happens in the online environment. We will just do this manually.
Yes.
We'll have to just pivot. Okay. First question.
Yes.
All right. Unati spoke earlier about the contribution, the economic contribution of the sports, creative and cultural industries to the South African economy, to the GDP. I'll take the quickest hands who can give me the answer. What is that number? Yes. 278, you're close. Unite, can you give it to me? Yes. It's 271. 271 billion. So we'll give it to you. We'll give it to you. Come, Unite. Yeah, come and connect. I think you can take a picture there.
Can I have some more?
Come this side. Come to her.
Okay, come close.
She's Mureki.
Is it true?
278 billion. Yes. Smiling. Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right. Darren spoke earlier about the type of content that is frequently pirated in the work that he does. And which content is that? Is it movies and TV shows, music, books and publications, software and digital tools, or live sports broadcast? Show of hands. No, he didn't speak about music. Not music, yes. Software, yes. Do you have more clips? Oh.
Yes, I think so. How many? That's
Oh, that's fine. Okay. All right. All right. So Unati spoke about the creative industry contributing 3% to South Africa's GDP. Which other sector is on par with that? Who was first? Is that lady? Sorry? Agriculture. And she wants it. All right. This is the last one? Second last? Okay, second last. You help me spot, man.
Okay.
Which is the largest community TV station in Eastern Cape? Bumakapa. The last one. Who can tell us what does ECDC stand for? I mean. Okay, another one. I didn't see that it was already there.
Okay. Can you talk about the creative map that's uneven? Which provinces did I mention that contribute the largest?
Oh, yes. Which province contributes the largest to the creative economy in South Africa? Unati spoke about this, that it's uneven, but which province is it?
The lady up there.
Oh, the lady with the white scarf? Yes. Shout. Gauteng. Next year it will be Eastern Cape.
Okay.
Oh no, there's a camera. Wait, hold on.
1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. As we wrap up, I just want to thank all our partners, the ECDC, Pumakapa TV, South African Cultural Observatory, Creative Synergy, and I just want to leave you with one thought. Given that it's currently the FIFA World Cup, we're all enjoying all these games you are watching. Just know that there are so many thousands and millions of people that are also streaming these games on pirated sites. You might not be doing it, but there's millions of other people that are doing it. And that doesn't only take away revenues from the broadcasters, but this is taking away revenues from the soccer players and from the development of the sport. Bafana Bafana is coming back, well, they just came back home, with 300 million rand from FIFA for reaching the last 32. Most of that money comes from broadcast rights. Now, imagine all the money that goes into you enjoying this viewing experience, from listening to that commentary, those commentators that are paid, from the crew that's shooting in all different angles, from the top, from the drones, from the VAR technology that is improving the sport, from the money that they are paying these players. All of that money could vanish if we all start consuming this content on pirated sites. So we are still, if you're pirating or you know someone in your family that's pirating, you must just tell them it's criminal. It's criminality. You might not be arrested today, but with the work we are doing, we hope those people will be arrested one day. And we need to take down those sites because we are stealing from creatives, we are stealing from the sporting people. So with that, let's all be advocates for against piracy, and thank you very much.
I think Colin has already said all the words. What a nice engagement. I think everybody took a lot from this engagement, and hopefully we're all advocates after this session. And let's continue fighting and protecting your rights as your creatives. Thank you so much. Let's go to lunch. Close session. That was
Too many people at once. Good afternoon, sir. Can you kindly tell us your name and the organization that you represent?
Good afternoon. I'm Lionel Billings. I'm the Acting Chief Executive Officer of the Eastern Cape Development Corporation.
Can you briefly outline what the Eastern Cape Corporate Development does? Oh, is it Eastern Cape Development?
Eastern Cape Development
Corporation.
Corporation. Yeah.
Can you start again?
ECDC.
Sorry for that. So okay, yeah. Can you kindly tell us what the Eastern Cape Development Corporation does?
In relation to the Film Expo, we are the host of the Film Expo, number one. And secondly, in relation to what we do, we are a development agency for the Eastern Cape province. And specifically, we are funding productions within the film and creative sector.
Okay, so can you kindly tell us what we have got from the sessions that we have here today and how it is going to help the work that the organization that you represent does?
Okay, so essentially what I got from this morning into this afternoon is really the impact that film has in our nation and the impact that it has on lives generally from a creative perspective, and to the extent that it has the potential to transform. It has the potential to uplift. So from an ECDC perspective, what we've been doing is obviously funding certain projects or certain films that we have funded. And the impact of those is the fact that it transports and transforms, I think, the Eastern Cape specifically, and transports us nationally, internationally, so that people understand and appreciate the creativity within the Eastern Cape, appreciate our infrastructure, appreciate our landscape, and what we are able to deliver. So what came out this morning with Zuko as one of the individuals hailing from the Eastern Cape is the transformative impact that the industry has had. So firstly, our support as the ECDC, having supported him as a producer, as a creator, and as a creative, and how that has helped him to catapult into even better and bigger stages insofar as the industry is concerned. So it's really just been that impact. So the movies and the films that we have supported to the tune of about 43 million rand has had the impact of drawing in about 520 million rands of co-funding, meaning that the little investment we've made over the years have actually had the opportunity to transform and bring in greater investment into the city and into the province.
Wonderful. Lastly now, sir, would you say, as someone who represents the organization that hosts this event, that the aims that the organization has been fulfilled so far in the sessions that we have had, starting from yesterday up until this point?
Indeed it has. I think we've achieved what we have set out to achieve. Number one is to profile the industry. Number two, to reflect the potential and the possibilities. And I think number three is to restore hope and to instill confidence. So indeed it has achieved that. And even with our outreaches yesterday in Joza sort of in settlements or township, we've seen just the impact on young people and exposing them to an industry that can transform their lives as it has done for so many already.
Sir, thank you very much for your time.
Absolute pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Afternoon, ma'am. I hope you are well. Can you kindly tell us your name and which organization you represent?
Good afternoon. My name is Zama Mkosi, and I come from a company, Mkosi Media and Entertainment. I'm a media and entertainment lawyer, amongst other things.
Great. Can you kindly brief us on what your company does and your interest in this event that we have here today?
Well, I have been in the business of media and entertainment for over 25 years, and my passion has always been around the business of film. So I'm very much interested in, how to make sure that creative people make a decent and sustainable living doing what they love. And so I've been in the business of the funding of the film industry, the promoting of the film industry, the policy development of the film industry, the regulation of the industry, and now I also do coaching of the industry. So I coach filmmakers in order for them to run sustainable businesses, in addition to providing them legal and insurance services.
Thank you very much. And lastly, how was the experience for you here today, and how do you think it can help you in the work that you are trying to do or you are doing in your organization?
Platforms like these are very important for the film industry, because operating in the film industry, it's an industry that is not formalized in a great respects. And you find that if you are a creative, you are often working on your own, and you're working on your own, and you are just, you are being creative, you're creating and creating, but you don't understand the full extent of what is happening in the whole industry, because the industry is a value chain. You are not just you creating, but platforms like these enable filmmakers to come to a space where they get to understand the rest of the value chain that impacts the business that they are in. So such platforms are very, very important. They're informative. Over and above, you also get to network and to meet other people that you would otherwise not be able to meet if you are trying to email them or slide on their DMs.
Thank you very much for your time. May you have a wonderful day. Yeah.
There you are.
From a presenter really who doesn't require much of an introduction. His core focus that he will be delivering is building a sustainable media production business in the digital economy. Mr. Simon Makwela is a creative economist, he's a strategist, a policy advisor. He's currently the chairperson of the South African Audiovisual Cluster. He has contributed immensely to the creatives industry and continues to advocate for the development and progression of the sector. He plays an immense and an incredible role in advocacy and lobbying the state. Afake urhulumente nje imvubu now and then on a national platform, especially through the work that he's contributing in Save South African Film Jobs. May we please just give him a round of applause so that we proceed.
Thank you. Wow, guys, I didn't expect such a honorable introduction. For those that don't know me, Simon Makwela is my name. I am, as Ubabu Ubonga has alluded to, I've been a creator for the last 23 years of my life. And yeah, I've seen a lot of struggles that filmmakers go through. I've experienced those struggles myself. But what I also intended to do was to learn how to fix them. And that led me down a path. So I'm trying to figure out how to go backwards on slides here. Figured out how to, okay, doesn't matter. How to fix these issues at a systematic level, which is essentially government and creating an environment and an ecosystem that film and television and cinema can exist in. So I've been asked to kind of reduce the masterclass component of this presentation, just in the effort of preserving time. It is quite extensive. There are a lot of concepts that will be presented today, but it's not up to me to actually teach you how to implement a lot of the things that we're going to discuss today, but it's to give you an idea of where the film industry is moving towards because of the factors that play against the industry itself and the factors that play against the businesses and organizations that exist within our ecosystem that are vital for the sustainability of our beloved film industry. These slides aren't moving. So I don't know if I'm pushing the wrong buttons or where did I push? Where did I push? Take. There we go. Something happened. I don't know what I pushed though. Anyways, so I usually start my presentations by asking two very specific questions. The first one, and we've been filmmakers and we all do things in a way that I want to be proud of them. But who here wants to be a famous filmmaker? Okay, I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 out of the balance. Now it's behaving, but it's not behaving. Oh, this thing is slow. Can I go? No, I think let me just do it this way. Let me do it this way. Yeah, okay. I'm just gonna have to bear with this. Anyways, as technology works against us. All right, I'll just click. Hi, guys. What am I pushing?
F5. No, Control F.
Yeah, but it's not moving. Like I don't know. I'm trying to go forward and backwards. It's not moving. It just kind of freezes itself. You're there.
Yeah.
That was the right slide.
I'm going to go down. It takes a few seconds for it to go.
Okay, it's fine.
So just press it and just wait for it to go down. Okay, I'll be with you.
I must apologize because the instructions have led me to believe that this thing will be the taker of our time. Okay, so once we've asked that question of fame, we have to ask the question of success. So who wants to have a successful business? Right, okay, so there's a lot more than one successful business. I do know that I can see that there's a number of film business owners or media business owners who might as well have encountered challenges in the way that you interpret a policy or the way that you interpret a compliance requirement. And those stumbling boards can be resolved just by paying some attention to some concepts that we're going to share today, as I was saying. Firstly, I also want to thank the ECDC for this platform. I was here last year as well, and I presented a masterclass on market access and distribution, which was well received. But one of the key questions that things I was told is that I take the fun out of filmmaking. But I answered that question by saying, yes, it's very nice and fun when you're signing a contract for funding for R1 million, but it's not so fun when you have to pay it back if you don't know how you're going to do it. So it's important to think about those things when you think about how you envision your own success. But there's essentially two priorities to building a successful business. And these concepts and these ideas are founded in frameworks that large corporations use, but also small and medium enterprises can also adopt in order to aspire to become larger enterprises, because sustainability is also part of growth. If you want to grow, you have to learn how to do things properly. It's the same as a tree. In order for a tree to grow roots, the soil has to be fertile. It has to be nourished. It has to be watered consistently. You can't have a tree that is not designed or built to be hardy, that needs water to exist in a desert. But a tree can exist in the desert if it adapts to the desert environment. And we'll talk about that as well in terms of adaptation. Did it move? Didn't move. Didn't move. Hey guys, this is when I call it tokolosh, not technology. Tokolosh. All right, so let's define success. Gosh. Sorry, now I might be slightly impatient, but it feels like anyway. All right, so. Sorry guys, I can't work like this. I don't know where I'm going here. I'm going to just ask for, can I get my laptop there? I won't keep track of the slide I'm
You just want to go next, yeah?
Yeah, I don't know how to go next. It's not.
Press this button, just press it out.
Yeah, but if I push up and down, it doesn't change. Yeah, and then. So I want to go up. You're going too far on the slides. This is the problem that I'm saying. That I can't see where I'm at on the actual.
Oh, you're going to see a presentation mode.
I can't tell which slide I'm on.
Yeah. Okay.
So I'm jumping around as if I haven't. Yeah. So I'm supposed to be on this slide. And it's literally jumping that slide the whole time.
Okay, can you just tell me when you're ready? I'll just go up.
Go up and then I'll tell you next slide. Yeah.
Cool, thank you.
Sorry guys. It's difficult to keep track of where I am if I don't know where I'm going. Let me say, it's a little difficult to keep track of where I'm going if I don't know where I am. All right, so we want to talk about what is success. What does success look like? So how do you create, how do you build a business that is going to be sustainable, be resilient, and be able to exist in times where there's no formal work. We've been, as a country, we've been going through a number of different crises. The film industry itself is in a crisis, where it started with SABC not being functional. At this point, we've been struggling to... Hey! Yeah, okay. We've been struggling to, SABC has been struggling to be funded, technically insolvent since around 2016. But the key here is to, and in multi-choice also going through in that acquisition, they're not commissioning as much as they should be, but they have contributed a large portion to local production. We also got a film rebate system that is currently not functional. In fact, we staged 2 mass demonstrations in January to take the DTIC to the Parliamentary Oversight Committee, specifically because the number of jobs that the film service industry creates and the amount of foreign direct investment that it pulls into the country. Now, these jobs are important for government, right? Government likes to support jobs. But the fact is that we don't have an industry if we don't protect the industry that we are in ourselves. And if you think about how government operates, government will follow where industry is performing. So if you say that, one of the discussions that we have with the DTIC, for instance, is that they don't see us as an industry that needs to be paid attention to. You can go to the next slide. But what is success? Yeah, that one, thanks. So if government doesn't see you as an industry, it means that you're not behaving in a way that they would understand to support you, similar to a car manufacturing industry or mining or construction. Those are big industries for them. If you think about the hoo-ha that happened when Tulhat was about to retrench staff recently, those were thousands of jobs under a single business. Before that, it was Accelerator Metal, which is formerly Escor, which is the steel industry. Those were 4,000 direct jobs that were affected. Now, a single production, most recently, we can talk about Pimville, that just happened. That was a loss of 100 jobs on a Pimville set. So that's a drop in the ocean for what government will want to support directly in terms of bailouts, etc. Governments also struggle to bail out the SABC for many, many years, which has led to its dysfunction right now. But they're not going to take us seriously as a film industry, as a film ecosystem, if we don't start working in the same ways that government will support other industries in. So what does that look like in terms of success? You can move to the next slide. The first thing is to define a purpose. If you define a purpose for your business, that purpose will drive you to a destination. Next slide, please. You can go to the next slide after that as well. But what is a purpose? So by defining a purpose, you're basically laying out the ultimate desired outcome and the fundamental reason for your business to exist. Now, so many people will go out there and say, I want to create a film business. Why do you want to create a film business? You're a business person, right? You're a filmmaker. You're a writer. You're a director. You're an actor. That's your craft. That's your talent. That's what you're good at. That's what you make money with. So why do you want to go into the strain of creating a business if you don't understand business? So you've got to think about that as a purpose. You can still eke out a living, or earn a living rather than eke it out, by just doing what you're good at and focusing on that, right? But if you decide to go to a business, into a business, you have to understand the reason and the purpose why that business should exist. Because that's the only way that that business can survive, because you will understand the fundamental principles that go into being a business. Being a business is like raising a child. It requires to be nurtured, otherwise it will fail. And the bigger it gets, the more expensive it gets. and then it requires more to sustain. And eventually it needs to be self-sustainable. That's in the same analogy. By the time your business is 10 years old, it should be able to feed itself. It should be able, to sustain itself in a way that it carries its own staff and it can pay for its own bills, and you don't have to keep going back to a friend or family member to say, keep giving me money to continue this business. But in order to have a purpose, you have to understand intent. So we want to discuss intent as well. So what is intent? Intent is a specific state of mind, right? And a guiding commitment that is required for you to reach that destination. So if you don't understand the way in which you get to the purpose that you've developed for your business, then you're going to move forward, but you could be going completely in the wrong direction. And that's what we see a lot of times, is that businesses within the film industry can seem like they're moving forward, but they're going in the wrong direction. And basically it dictates to you how every single day you will show up for your business. And showing up for business doesn't mean that you don't have to focus on being creative or focus on being passionate about what you create. But you must understand that at every quarter, you have to go look at the financials. You got to look at the results. Every year, you got to say, how many more people have we created jobs for? How many more mouths are we feeding? If you look at the reports, I'll get to the reporting and understanding the markets. There's something called an economic multiplier that my brother Zuko spoke about earlier, in terms of the impact in which creating a film product has on a community and has on a city, has on a municipality. That is a 5-to-1 multiple. That every 1 rand that is spent on film creates 5 rand within a community. And if you understand those concepts, then you're able to translate those into how you operate your business to grow. Because essentially and eventually you'd want that to be a 7-fold. 1 rand creates 7 rand, because you know how to utilize that 1 rand better to create value within your business that can be translated into what we call shared value in communities, right? So here's the core concept. If you're creating a film business or a media business, especially in the digital economy, because this can be done at scale. I don't have to go and print a DVD. I don't have to go and sell it at a market. But what you're actually doing is you're producing a product for market consumption. Now, consumption means that somebody is willing to pay, to consume, to view, to appreciate, to be entertained by the product that I've created. Remember the word pay. The word market is a trade. A market, like a supermarket, Pick n Pay is a supermarket, right? You go there to buy goods. What you're producing is a product that needs to go into a market that somebody is willing to pay for to get value out of. And if that is the core concept that you leave with today, that's the one. Keep that there. Can you move the slides as I move, please? I'm not looking there, I'm looking here. So next slide. Sorry, yeah, so now we can be on to that. I'm going to say next slide from now. Next slide, please. But you also have to understand the goal. Next slide, please. Yeah, understand the goal. So this goal, as you can see, the diagram is quite specific. We don't have shifting targets here, but goals will move from time to time. But there's one specific goal. I don't know if anyone, I'm going to take 2, 3, let me say 3. Who thinks, what is the goal of a business? Anyone know? Anyone bold enough to just say? Pardon me? Okay, profit is part of it, but it's not really? No.
It's to produce a product that will go into the market to solve a problem and retain a value.
That's not the goal. I'll give it to you. Next slide. Next slide. Yes. That's the goal. So I said profit is part of it. If you're creating a business to do anything other than make money, and I'm talking about a PTY Ltd here, not an NPC, even NPCs, you have to make money in order to do the job of the NPC or the NGO. You can't do that work without money. The goal is to make money. If you're opening a business other than that, then what is the purpose of the business? So if you're not making money in your business is failing. Right. Now, how do you make money? We're going to talk about this in a framework that has situations, so I'll present you the full situation, and then we'll have resolutions at the end. So we'll go through everything, and I'm going to go as fast as possible. So here's this main situation. South African production companies are operating on a project-to-project basis, right? Sorry, I'm jumping my words here. They need, South African production companies, in fact, production companies all over the world need to adopt a more manufacturing-like operating mechanism in order to start guaranteeing output, creating efficiency within their business model. Efficiency means doing things the fastest way, most cost-effective, with the best margins, right? Margins is where you make your money. But we'll get into that. So we need to shift to a more manufacturing-like model. We can't go into manufacturing. Manufacturing is actually a failing. I'm not going to say failing. I'm going to say manufacturing is quite failing in this country because of global economic dynamics. China is the big manufacturing hub, so we can't say that we're manufacturing. The textiles industry, everything is failing because China's got Shein, they've got all of these major manufacturing at the lowest cost that we cannot compete with at this current point. They're now gone into automotive as well. They're pushing out faster and more efficiently, don't know about quality, but faster and more efficiently than the German companies could even, and the Japanese companies could keep up with them, to a point where, they have to rethink their business models. But you have to think about how do we move from where we are now and move forward to where we want to be in the future. And that is to shift towards a more manufacturing thought process where you're thinking systems and you're building those systems to create value in your organization that investors can invest in, because you want to create asset value out of that, right? Next slide, please. Next 2 slides. All right, so we're here. So the first situation, complication number 1, is many South African media production companies operate as project-to-project entities. Now, this is a real reality, that you have one project today, it lasts you for 3 months, which is the quarter of the year. You deliver that, the broadcaster owns it, and, that's the next one you have to go look for. Then you do the same thing over and over again. Now, if you continue down that cycle, there'll be months where your pitches will go unanswered, and this happens a lot, or some funding will not be released in time, or something will fail, and you have to now focus on other aspects of your life to bring it back. And this has contributed vastly to what we call the brain drain in our industry, where skilled professionals are actually leaving our industry to go and find work elsewhere and build production companies elsewhere. So we want to retain those skills in the country, but we can't do that if we're operating project to project as businesses. Right. Next slide, please. I'm going to jump through these. And the next slide, please. Complication 2. Thank you. So most media production companies don't own their intellectual property. We've raised this a couple of times in the sessions today, and they operate with a small asset basis. Now, if you've got to think about McDonald's, for instance, as an example, McDonald's owns every property, or let me say 90% of the properties that they operate in. That is part of building their asset base. In a production environment, you'd want to own your equipment, you'd want to own your offices, but you can't do that immediately. I can't just go and ask government to give me a grant, knock on NFVF's offices and say, give me a grant for 2 million rand so I can go buy camera equipment. You have to start and say, okay, I'm going to rent for the first couple of years until I find the tools of my craft that I'm able to use, and then eventually acquire those tools so that you can own them internally. And what that creates is an asset base that you're able to go and lend against as well. And that goes back to building your IP, because IP, the notion of IP is if I pay for it, I own it. So if you come to me and you say, hey, Sai, please fund my project, I'm going to give me all of your IP. And then I will go and make money out of it. I'll pay you for your concept, but I'll go make, or we could share it. It depends on how you look at it. But a broadcaster operates on that. Some of the most amazing shows have been created by the most talented writers and concept creators and everything. But they're owned by the broadcasters. And when the broadcaster negotiates, when MultiChoice now negotiated to acquire, when Canal Plus negotiated to acquire MultiChoice, the IP that now sits in a different entity was part of the deals that were negotiated, and they had to literally carve that out of the deal so that that IP remains on South African soil. That's how valuable IP is. But a lot of filmmakers neglect the IP conversations outright. So IP also forms part of your asset base. As you build as a business, you retain the ownership of that IP that can be traded as well against the value of your business. Next two slides, complication number 3. And the last complication is, next one please. Most South African media production companies, again, South Africa is just because we're here, this is mainly inherent to all production environments. Next slide please. Lack systems. So what are systems? You can't rely on a freelancer that you're going to hire now for the next 3 months to bring your systems into your business. That's not having a business. And that's also selling off a lot of the value that you have of your business, because you can't retain that as your own intellectual property. So intellectual property also sits within the systems that you have. I'm going to talk about McKinsey, for instance. McKinsey has frameworks that have been created. McKinsey is one of the largest management consulting firms. In fact, there's the top 3, Boston Consulting, McKinsey, and what's the last one? So there's 3 of them. There's Boston Consulting Group, there's McKinsey, and then Accenture. Accenture is actually also is the world's biggest employer. I'm missing the last one though. Accenture isn't one of the top 3. Sorry? No, PwC is not one of the top 3. But anyways, it doesn't matter. What I'm saying is that they build frameworks that they own, and they trade those frameworks within the consulting market if you want to use them. Yes, they're available just to use, but the training is because if you go to McKinsey to be trained, you will pay for that training. So if you have a system and you utilize your own system, you're able to not only prove to an investor that you know what you're doing and you're running a company that has standards and practices, and also can retain those standards and practices even when a freelancer leaves. Because what happens when someone comes into your business is that they will bring those expertise, but you won't retain what's in their brain. But if you build those systems yourselves, you can retain that as institutional memory. And that's important. That's what an investor would like to look at when they say, how do you guarantee that I'm going to get an outcome out of this? Those are the 3 complications we're going to deal with. Next slide, please. Next slide, 2 resolutions, please. Yes, thank you. We're on the right page now. First resolution, and I'm going to run through this as fast as. Please give me a time check. I need about another 20 minutes, please. All right, cool. Thanks. So resolutions. Next one. Next slide. Yeah. The first one is you have to protect your production's fee margins. Now, what does that mean? Next slide. In a commission production, the commissioner will pay you, the commissioner being the broadcaster in this case, will pay you between 8 and 10% of your production total value as what they call a production fee. Now, that's your margin. Now, this would be whether it's grant payment. I've been told to say recoupable grant because you have to pay it back now. Now it changes the game. So you have to at least make an effort to pay it back. ECDC has a recoupable grant that they pay as an incentive. They give you the money, but you have to prove that you can pay it back. I think NFF, I stand to be corrected, NFF's in the room here, so I had a conversation earlier. But yeah, you have to be able to prove that you can pay it back. And that's through mechanisms like distribution and being able to understand what market you're selling your product in, right? But in a normal scenario, you want to be able, in normal business, when you know that you have high demand and you can place more value on the cost of the product to charge people more to buy what they want from you. Think about Louis Vuitton, for instance. Louis Vuitton is not necessarily an expensive product, but it's an expensive brand. What you're paying for is the brand value, because there's a Chinese sweatshop somewhere that produces it for a fraction of the price, at the same quality, using the same materials and the same hardware. But because you're going to go to Diamond Walk in Sandton and hold hands and pull out a black credit card and pay, they're going to charge you 40,000 Rand for something that's only worth about 4,000 Rand. And that's the value that you're building in there. So that margin, as a 10% margin, is very low. You want to be in a business environment where you can push it to 20, but it's impossible when you are the receiving party and the commissioner's now saying that we'll only pay you between 8 and 10%. Now you've got to negotiate for that 10%. It doesn't come for free. So you've got to know how to negotiate it. Great concept, willing buyer, willing seller model. There's demand, you're creating demand against this, what you're supplying for that market, right? But you also have to be careful about the contingencies that plays against. Now, we build in a contingency in our budgets for production, but sometimes, things go really bad, and now you're cutting into that little production margin, that little profit margin that you had, and you walk away with nothing. This is why you end up with non-payment situations, because of recklessness on hiring or recklessness on budgets, or, you're playing with the money too much. And then you end up at Madlanga Commission with tissue on your forehead. But it's very difficult, especially when we talk about recoupment, because you're not sure, unless you do the right critical calculations, things such as market size and market appetite, because those cannot be predicted. Those can only be created through things like marketing and a promotion as well. But you have to protect that 10% at all costs. And the best way to protect them, like I said, is have a purpose. Why am I making this film? Who am I making this film for? This television product. How many people are going to buy it? And then building those systems in so that you're able to reduce your costs, remain within margins, remain within scope so that your scope doesn't creep, and finally be able to report back on what the commissioner has asked you to deliver on, and then get your next contract from that. So let me give you another manufacturing example. Toyota has one of the best production line and supply chain systems in the world. And they've developed a concept called Kaizen. Kaizen is consistent and never-ending improvement when it comes to management practices. You guys might have seen Six Sigma and all of these things. That's all based on the Kaizen principle. But in the supply chain, like I said, they have the best supply chain in the world. In the supply chain, they don't create every single thing on the assembly line. That's why it's an assembly line. It's designed to assemble everything that you've created, that you've acquired from your suppliers, so that you can put it into this car. Now, a car could have anything up to 1 million, 2 million components, including screws and stuff. Those are all acquired from different suppliers altogether, the same way as a production. You're acquiring even the gaffer's tape. You're getting that from media, film services, but it's coming through your camera assistant. You've got your cameras coming in from Magic Lightbox Company or Panavision. All of those are part of a supply chain. Now, they manage that supply chain so well. They've got blueprints to what exactly the specifications are of this. This is why, a lot of editors and producers will complain about something called revision, where the commissioning editor will sit in the room with you and say, no, change this, change this, change this, change this, change this. That's a critical part of the process. Why? Because it fits into what they know their market is expecting of a specific product, and they want that market to be able to receive that at the best value that they can give it to, so they can go and sell that value to advertisers. That's the model. But if you fail to produce it at specification, then it will be rejected. A common thing that happens in our production value chain is subtitling, where there'll be spelling errors or grammatical errors, and it wastes time. So you want to be able to have the best person that you can afford doing the subtitles that has the right systems. They know they're going to do it, then they're going to check it, then they're going to check it again, then they're going to fix it, then they're going to deliver it at the right extension so that it fits properly into your post-production software and it's well timed to your footage. Any part of that process goes wrong, you have to go back for another cycle, which is a waste of time, a waste of money, waste of resources, etc. So you want to be critical on those things. Why? Because it impacts your bottom line, which is your cost margins. Next slide, please. I could labor on these forever, but yeah. So here's what it looks like. On the left-hand side, the gold column, that's your 100% of what they'll pay you. You typically spend about 60% on that of what we call direct costs. Now, direct costs are the costs that will have screen value. Now, what screen value is that you've got your camera that shoots the person that you're going to see on the television. You've got your DIT, the person that removes that footage, makes sure it's secured, puts it in a hard drive and sends it to post-production. Then you've got, okay, let me actually, before I even, because I'm going to get shouted at, I know I'm going to get shouted at. You've got your writer. Your writer writes the script. Your director interprets the script. Your director blocks the scene, puts that onto the set. Your DOP shoots it with a camera. That footage goes onto the card goes to that's the value chain that sits at that direct value chain, that sits at that 60%. It goes through post-production, and then it gets to the final MXF file that is delivered to the broadcaster. That's your critical value chain. You spend 60% of your budget on that. Your indirect value chain, these are your caterers that need to support, your logistics budgets. Those will take up around 15 to 20% of your budget. Then the scope creep. So you always build these contingencies in. So you'll either build it into the cost of the product, and when you build it into the cost of the product, you know that I can negotiate around this price because there's price fluctuations. The price of petrol goes up. You didn't plan for it, but it's in your budget because you've added that as a contingency line item in your fuel allowances. That's common practices. That goes into about 15% of the budget, including the 5% contingency that you put at the on your after you've put in your insurances, etc. And then you're only walking off with that 10%. But that 10% in green is the most critical thing that drives your business. Why? Because the goal of business is to 100%. Next slide, please. Now, the next thing is you have to diversify. Think about this. This is a concept. You can't get this overnight. It's impossible to build a portfolio like this overnight. Using what we call a good, better, best structure for your portfolio. Now, what is good, better, best? Let me just jump 2 slides, because then I can explain it better on the graphic. Next slide, and next slide, please. Get to the triangle. So what this means, basically, is that you want to build a business where you're able to say that I am creating multiple assets at a single time, that if one asset fails, then I have other assets that will still support my businesses. I'm going to go to the agricultural model. As my colleagues at SACO said, film industry is equal in output to the agricultural industry. But the agricultural industry has robust systems on how they go into the market. Now, there's bigger production companies that are very good at building this model. You've got your Urban Brew, you've got your Rapid Blue, you've got your Red Pepper, you have, now I'm going to say, Known Associates, right? That's just 5 that I can name that utilize a model like this, right? Where they'll have a flagship project, maybe they'll do 2 flagship projects in a year. These are your big budgets, your movies that cost 15 to 20 million rand. And they focus on bringing in that 15 to 20 million rand in revenue, not profit, in revenue into your business so that you can sustain jobs. But it will also give you 10% of that would be your profit margin that you can now report back to your investors and shareholders to say that we've created a 50 million project will give you 1.5 million in profits. And you go back and say, no, we'll give you a portion of this as your investment that you have in the business. And then we'll reserve some to go buy new cameras, etc. the other year. But you'll have 1 or 2 of those projects at top tier. Now, most businesses usually only have 1 top tier project and they call it a day. They don't go out. Cheds is also building this as well. Stained Glass has this, where you see them repetitively as they keep getting commissioned, etc. Then you have your better tier, which you're not extending your top resources to. And we'll get to resources in terms of the word human resources as well, because people are resources, by the way. They hate being called resources, but we're resources to a business. But you're not extending your top resources to create a better project. It's not your best project. You got your best resources up there creating that. The ones that you can sit there for 20 minutes klar on golden hour and catch the best sunset that's only going to appear for 10 seconds in your film. That's your best project. This one, you need a shot of the moon, go and get the moon, and it's just one shot. You can even use stock footage for that. Because the value doesn't sit in that component. So you'll have maybe 2 or 3 of those. But know that consistently, I'm using this to pay the bills, to keep the business running, to keep the lights on. So that if any one of my top tier projects goes out, then at least we can still retain our staff and we don't have to retrench, or we can still create consistent holds on the jobs that we already have. And then the good tier is what you just do to sweat your assets. If you have a camera that's just sitting there and not necessarily bringing value in, you utilize that to create a YouTube series maybe, or a podcast, etc. So that you know that eventually those will pay you on a long-term basis just to have something there and entertain your audiences, right? So this is a good model. Now, the arrows on the right and the left, the risk goes up because it's high risk to be spending 15 plus million. A telenovela these days is about anything between 80 and 100 million rand. But if a telenovela fails, I won't mention which one failed recently. If a telenovela fails, then that money is wasted because your audiences are left halfway through the season saying, what's going to happen next? We're never going to see the end of the story. And that's a high risk. And that high risk needs to be absorbed somewhere or mitigated some way. So you know that if that happens, then you still have other things, which is risk reduction. But you also have high revenue potential on the right-hand side. So the revenue potential is high because how many times is a business going to get one project that's going to bring in 15 to 20 million rand in one go, especially in media? But you can maybe find things that are going to give you 600,000 to maybe 1.5 million, which is like Mzansi Bioscopes, etc. So don't shy away from the less prestigious projects just to chase the fame. Remember, we spoke about being famous as opposed to being sustainable. And then as an owner, you want to get out of the way of the day-to-day business so you can focus on strategy. Now, what does strategy look like? Strategy looks like concept development. You're developing a concept that's going to align with audiences, because that's not the job of the producer to do. That's the job of the creative director to do. And the owner of the business that owns the IP at the end of the day to come up with the concepts, and then employ people to come and assist you in developing those concepts. That's why there is development funding. They don't pay you, NFF won't give you money to come up with the concept. They'll give you the money to develop the concept further. And that's the concept of that. I'm going to rush through that. So by the owners getting out of the day-to-day, are you moving with me up there? Sorry. Next slide. You're going to get to the 2 pillars and get out of the way of the day-to-day and into the business. Keep going. Next slide. There we go. So essentially, the current status is that the owners are there every single day doing something that they technically don't need to be doing. If you have the right people employed, which is the intention, get the right people so that they can do the work, so that you can focus on the business, so that the business can grow and be sustained, so that you can go have a meeting without having to stop production because you're sitting there directing the whole thing. That's not your job to direct. It's your job to employ the best director you can afford. Excuse me, I won't be here. The best director you can afford so that you can get the job done at the right cost, at the right value, and for the right client. Not every client needs a Tebogo Malope. Right? Not every client needs a Zuko no data. So you don't have to be out there shining and saying, oh, Zuko signed on to my film. Sorry to make an example. Zuko signed on to my film, and now you're going to use his name to get there. But then you realize halfway through that you can't even afford Zuko. Now what happens? The risk is high. Now you must replace Zuko with someone that can pretend to be Zuko, and you won't find that person, Shem. So let's be clear that when you intend to do something as a business owner, you're not going to be sitting there yourself directing the film just because whenever you've attached your name to it. Go and find the right person to do it for you. But if you also want to, like I said in the beginning, you are a director, and you're a phenomenal director at that, then to replace your function as the business, hire a business development person that's going to be able to do the job that you are now leaving behind. I'm running out of time. Next one. Next slide. I'm available after this to chat. Just don't want to keep everyone here for too long. So we're going to build a core team around the functions that you can't outsource reliably. And this is important because, next slide. Because you want to have a finance person that understands your finances over time so that they can tell you where you're growing or not. This is financial management 101. You have to be able to look at the books and understand those books. Know that this project's going to cost us this. Is this a good project for us to enter into? Because not every project is good. Not every project, you talk about, is the juice worth the squeeze? No, it's not, because you're trying to squeeze the rind now. But your business doesn't operate on the zest of the orange. It needs the orange juice. So now you're squeezing it, and you're spending energy to do that. Energy is resources. So you need to know which project's a good project and which project you let go of. Some projects might come out to say it's not the and guys, this is why I cannot emphasize more as a business. The most expensive project or the project that comes in at the highest budget that they're saying we'll give you this 20 million does not mean it's the best project. Because that 20 million can cost you 19 million, right? And then you only walk off with $1 million. But there's also a project that can come in at 15 million and give you 1.5 million. And then that's the better project. And you have to know how to do that. And there's people that we call them creative, non-creative workers in the creative sector. Those are your chartered accountants that focus on running productions. Because if you don't have a good accountant on your project, you're not going to know where you're going wrong. You're not going to be able to file for it. Hey guys, there are people that go, I don't know how many times in the last 2 years, 3 years, that filmmakers have been in the news for not paying PAYE. And that's a compliance issue. So if you don't understand how to calculate PAYE, then get someone who does and pay them the rate that it takes to do that job. Don't take that risk because you'll end up in jail. One of our top producers unfortunately was duped by somebody else that worked for him and ended up with a 26 million rand PAYE bill recently. I won't mention who it is, it's not my place. Next slide, please. 2 slides. We're going to go to create a vetted freelancer bench. In the creative industry, the Department of Labor and Employment and Labor has not, they're working on deeming creative workers that work for over a period of time as employees. Now, this is important because you're working with independent contractors. Independent contractors don't function like employees. Those are freelancers, basically. So what you want to do as a film business is have what we call a vetted bench. It's people that you can call instantly and say, I'm working on a project, we work well together, I know your values as a thing, I know you have systems that speak to my systems because we've built them over time together, and keep those on hand. But if you have consistent projects, you'll never have to let go of them, right? So for instance, BOM, everyone knows BOM. They've done Shaka Ilembe, they did Yizo back in the day. BOM has 3 directors that they employ on almost a permanent basis. Zeno, Adze, and Angus. Those 3 you'll always see on their productions. Why? Because they are employed by BOM, but they are critical to the production. But there's also freelancers that they instantly will call. Those are their core employees and directors of the business as well. But they will call these freelancers because they know that we can have very short setup time. I'm not going to get into operations because setup times are important, but shorten the setup time, get into production, do the production, get out. Why? Because these people understand your culture in the business. They understand that this is how we work. This is how that person speaks to people. It's not a problem because we'll understand each other. It's just business for now. Because then you end up with problems when you start hiring people that are outside of that culture. They'll come with a different culture. And this is important. We're not saying they aren't bad people. We're not saying there aren't bad practices, but culture is important in every single business. This is why people will leave one insurance company to go work for another insurance company, because the culture is better. So understand that in the film industry, you also as a freelancer want to be able to work with businesses that resound with your values and cultures as well. You don't want to just go work for anybody because you know you're going to be uncomfortable. So by having a vetted bench of freelancers, you're able to not have to hire from scratch every single time to keep them there. Next slide, please. And then we've spoken, next slide as well. I've spoken about this. I'm literally flying through these things. But just to document the roles, not just the relationships. Don't say, because Bongi is my friend, I'm going to work with Bongi. But I haven't documented what her role entails as a writer. No, every time we hire a writer, because if Bongi is not available, I need to go to another writer. Sorry, Bongi is the Bongi Ndaba. She's my deputy at the audiovisual cluster. She's also the head writer on Generations, but she won't tell you that. But that's Bongi there. So if I hire her for her values, like I said, a top writer, if I hire her on the value that she's a top writer, but then I can't find her and I want to go to somebody else, I have to be able to document that role so that I know that I need these deliverables, and these deliverables speak to how we operate, and then have a contract. Please, contracts are important, guys. I can't stress how much the importance of a contract, because when that relationship goes sour with your best friend, your brother, your sister, it goes bad. And business is the biggest breaker up of relationships in the world. So document the roles, not just the relationships. Don't have a black book of just, I know these people. And next slide, please. This links to the second and third complication. Since an inability to staff is an inability to build those systems that we need. So once you can't have a staff without documenting those roles, then you can't build a staff in future that carries that business acumen, the institutional memory that you built over to the next person that will be joining at a later stage. And then the next one, which is the building standard templates. So this is a resolution for complication 3. Next slide, please. Yeah. Building standard templates for core production functions. This also borrows from the last resolution. So that you have those templates ready. You're not expecting your assistant director or your production manager to come in with a call sheet, because you're going to spend hours editing that call sheet to reflect the information that you as a business require, so that you can record it and then you can report it back to your commissioner, because the commissioner does want to see your call sheets every time, and they want to be included in where you're shooting, when you're shooting, how you're shooting, and if there's any risks and challenges, then your insurance company wants to see those call sheets as well, because they'll be like, we're not going to pay out because it wasn't raining on this day, so why are you telling me that you had stoppage because of rain and you want to claim back on us? You know, so have those standard templates with all the information that you require as a business, so you're not building them from scratch when you need them. And this is for, like I said, for core production functions. You have to have templates for everything, but the core production functions, you're reporting back. Your music cue sheets, at least there's now software that's quite comfortable now to do cue sheets. But we had to do cue sheets back in the day for SABC, and it used to take a long time to do those. But if you don't have a system in place and you don't have the templates in place, then you can't do those easily. So yeah, I'm going to jump again to the next one. Second one is create a company playbook. Now, what is a company playbook? We do this, like this, for this purpose, right? Concept, we do this. Intent, like this, for this purpose. That's where that fits in. So you have to understand that if you have a playbook, you always know. We create children's shows, right? I'm going to say this because it's going to be the future of what we're talking about. Sorry, Nasipo. Using AI for a Nickelodeon audience. We do this, like this, for this purpose. That's your playbook. And you can do this for a number of different aspects of your business as well. If you understand that we issue call sheets, simple concept, we issue call sheets in this format so that we know what's happening. The purpose is to know what's happening. The concept is issuing call sheets. The intent is in this format. So you can build all of those as, like I said, a concept like that. Anyways, moving forward. Next slide. Why am I behind? Okay, here's the playbook slide. Yes, there's the playbook into right. And then last one is treat system building in your production as an investment, and not just as an administrative burden. And what does that mean? That means that you can take these documents, sit down in front of any potential investor and explain to them how you do things and what you do those things for. Because it's important for them to understand. Like I said earlier, your bankers don't understand what you do. They see filmmaking as a vibe. It's passion, it's expression, it's art. Their value is to watch it on screen, laugh a bit, and then change the channel. That's the value they extract. But we're a very high performance and high value economy that contributes. I mean, this is art in all the forms. Music. Film industry brings music. Film industry brings carpentry, craft. It brings textiles in. It brings everything in to one basis. But you have to build those systems on how you manage all of those bases in order to create value and then create shared value out of that. We talked about it. And additional advice, again, understanding your market. These are the last two slides. I promise you the last two slides. Last year I went on for 2 hours. It was enough. So understanding your market. Markets are important. Like I said, you're creating a product for market consumption. A market is important. This is why you won't find Woolworths in a rural area a lot of the times. Because Woolworths, you're not Woolworths' target market. If you're I'm sorry, it's the truth. There's mass markets, there's niche markets, all of that. But understand what market you're serving. So I'll give you some statistics. I know you've been overwhelmed with statistics. South Africa, close to 65 million people in the country, right? But you also have a very high unemployment rate. That's fluctuates between 31 and 35%, with 60% youth unemployment, especially in other areas. Now, all of these statistics matter when you understand your market. We have a consumer base of around 32 million people, but you have 28 million people sitting on a grant, right? You have a tax base of 12 million people. So you have a large informal market of about 43 billion rand across the country. Now, what does that mean to you? That means that when you're creating a product, right, you will only be and we know about this because markets tell stories. With a consumer base of 32 million people, if you go and look at the top watch show on SABC1, what is it? Uzalo, ne? Still Uzalo, ne? Skim Sam and Uzalo. Skim Sam. That's 6 million viewers, right? I think it's about 6 million viewers. Now that's double. That's 20% of your consumer market, if you think about it. But also because it sits on a free-to-air channel. The moment you go to DSTV, you're constrained by the pay television portals and stuff. So you got to understand that market. You can't make a film or a media product for everybody. You're going to miss me entirely. So think about that. English is the most consumable. I'm not saying produce in English, but English is the most consumable format. Find a way to tell stories to feed into a market, the market that you intend to. You can't say, I'm going to make it for everybody and then just make it at least closer without having subtitles or thinking about dubbing it or having other dialogue that guides a non-closer watcher. Squid Games is a Korean show, but when you watched it, you couldn't tell because they dubbed it so well. And it was one of the largest shows on Netflix at the time. The last one is this, and this is where I'm going to leave you guys. The key insight: your budget must align with your distribution strategy and not your creative ambition. All right? I love my grandmother. She's the love of my life. Wonderful woman. Do you guys care about my grandmother? So that's the fact, is that your project is your passion, your desire to make it. You have to understand, if I make a film about my grandmother, I'm making it for me, I'm not making it for you. Unless I tailor it in a way that my grandmother's story speaks to your story as well, and you can see yourself in that story. The struggle, the thing. Sarafina worked well because Sarafina was every little girl that was going through the school system during 1980s and 1970s. It worked well. Neo in the Matrix worked well because every little boy or every child that came out of there wanted to be Neo. Transformers worked well, even though Michael Bay says he got sold out because he's making movies for 16-year-old boys. But the 16-year-old boy is the guy that will say, oh, Mom, look, that's cool. In fact, he took that, oh, Mom, that's cool, and put it into the second movie when the robot fell off of the bridge, because that is his audience. You want to see yourself in the story. This is why you'll go and read a fiction book, so that you can feel it. Daniel Steele used to write for women, and women used to read Daniel Steele. Right? Harry Potter is written for a specific demographic. It just so happens to be a large market. So think about that. If your distribution strategy says, I'm going to go to these territories to speak to these markets, your market size comes in. We can go, can we keep the slides going? It's such a pretty slide I'm looking at here, but you can't even see it. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Next one. That's the slide.
It is pretty.
So think about it that way. You can have a creative ambition, but it has to meet your budget to do it, the cost at which you do it in. Sorry, my back just locked up. The budget that you do it in has to align with the money that you make in the market. If you can't say that I'm spending 10 Rand and I'm going to be making 20 Rand in the market, it's a bad project. Right? Because it has to make money. A Hollywood model is 200%. If a film does not make 200% of its budget, including marketing, it's called a box office flop. We've had very many of those in South Africa because we don't have a large enough market size. And the last time I'm going to ask is that what is the highest grossing film in South Africa? Does anyone know? Hi, when I put your hand down. In if you have, put your hand down. Highest grossing film. South Africa made. Yes, Leon Schuster, which one? Which one? Yes, Mr. Bones, which one? 3. Mr. Bones 3. Bought in 38 million rand. Now you know you can't make a film that's going to cost what? Half of that. 20 million films are good. NFEF has boldly gone and introduced what they call a blockbuster budget. Boldly. We thought about what a blockbuster is. I'm sorry, I'm not throwing shade at NFEF. They are our very close compatriots at DSAC. But the question is that what are you aiming for? You have to know what you're aiming for in order to make that money back. I don't know if there's time for a Q&A. I don't think there is, but if you have any questions, I will be here. But thank you for letting me bore you after lunch with great ideas and concepts. I hope I leave you with something. If anything, I hope I leave you with an idea of what a strategy looks like when you put it together to create sustainability in media, especially in a digital economy, where everyone is your competition. I know my older brother Zuko said that we need more collaboration, but competition is also healthy. You can't be making the same thing just because you're collaborating. I want to see the same thing but different from the next filmmaker, so that we build and we innovate and we have better and better and better films that speak to bigger and bigger markets. And everyone should be telling someone to go at least once a month they can afford it to go and watch a film at cinema. Our cinemas are bleeding. And cinema is one of the biggest performers in the film industry in terms of employment. One film can employ, like I said, can employ 100 people in one go, which is, again, the target of the blockbuster is 100 jobs on a film with the NFEF. If you're going to go for that, if it happens again, it's 100 jobs that need to be created from a 10 million rand budget. So if you keep that in mind, 10 million rand plus, keep that in mind, keep your brothers in industry safe, keep them close, look after each other, and build on each other's successes and build sustainable businesses. Thank you very much.
Needs support. Thank you very much, Mr. Makwela. Can we please just give him another round of applause? I think we need an entire day just dedicated, to tease out these concepts, all of these rich elements, that contribute towards sustainability. I'm really fascinated about these recoupable grants. I really want to know what they mean about these things in these terms. But thank you so much. There's a lot we can extract from that particular session. Building systems, the intent, scaling IP as an asset. Sorry, did I hear you? Okay. Yeah, IP as an asset, ensuring that your goals are defined. Yesterday at Joza, one of the speakers there, I think Udawet, and he was quite clear saying that, look, man, if you've got a plan B, go and implement it. Because you cannot be half-hearted into this particular sector. It's either you are fully invested and all of these elements and components, you have to suck it in and ensure that you position yourself, you grow your entities so that they do become sustainable. So thank you so much for that. Ladies and gentlemen, our next presenter is going to be unpacking the value of OTT platforms in the film distribution. Really, we struggle as creators. We have these wonderful ideas that we want to share with the world. However, there are commercial dominant platforms that are quite restrictive. What other ways are there to get our work out? And not only just to get our work out, but you also want to obviously earn from it or to sustain you. So the next lady is Princess Zinziswa Soga. Princess is not her name, it's her title. Who is an accomplished producer, creative and entrepreneur. She champions the creative industry development in the province. She has a value. She's created, the Expo OTT platform for film distribution, and dedicated to advancing the sector in terms of skills development, including content distribution and audience growth. We are pleased. Please just put your hands together for Princess Zinzisoga. Okay. Okay. Yeah, and that's the what 30 minutes. Is that enough? Yeah. Technology is something after lunch.
Molweni, good afternoon, Dumelang, Goeiemiddag, Almal. I just want to first thank you, appreciate ECDC for the opportunity to come and share my 2 cents contribution regarding the industry. Ndingungosazana uZinziswa Soga. I am the descendant of Udio Soga, the founding father of the creative arts industry in South Africa. Those are the great shoulders that I'm standing on, hence, this is my life. So I urge all the creatives and the creators in the room to work with me on this presentation, because I believe that the technology is really it's under the weather today. So we'll just do what we need to do as creatives and be creatives. So I'm talking on the value of OTT platforms. OTT platforms are currently bridging the gap in the distribution market through digital innovation. And I thank Ubutsai, who was here before me, because my presentation is very strong. It's gravitating towards the presentation that he had. So it will be very interactive, the artist. I know there are stakeholders from ECDC, ECPEC, and all that. Through the show of hands, can I see the creatives in the room? Active creatives that are in the film industry. Okay, thank you. So I want us to talk about distribution. So what comes into mind when we talk about distribution? Show of hands. When we talk about a distribution, like distribution, what do we distribute? In any form, not necessarily in film. What do we distribute? Product, exactly. So if we can go to slide 4, where there's a picture of agriculture. So picture number 1 and picture number 2, can someone tell me what kind of products are there and what are the anticipated market for picture number 1 and picture number 2? Show of hands. Yes.
I would say picture number 1 is for domestic, like for India. Picture number 2 is for selling and commercial.
Okay. All right. So do we agree on that narrative? Okay. If we can go to slide, the next slide, please. So, according to picture number 1 and picture number 2, can we tell that where do we see picture number 1 and picture number 2 on this, and if we can be detailed about that? Any show of hands? Yes, ma'am.
So picture number 1, I would say goes on to the left. And then picture 2, which is sort of like on the shipping containers to export.
Okay. Okay, so if we look at picture number 1, it's a home garden. And that home garden is targeted at personal consumption, like direct distribution to the far left. Oh Lord, sorry. So, and picture number 2 is targeted at what? At global distribution, national and global distribution, because that's where you see SPA and you see the containers. So that's how similar and relatively, you will see our sector in the film industry. Sorry, guys. So if we can move to the next slide. So what is OTT platform? OTT platform is the first picture whereby you produce, it's a service that goes directly, it bypasses all the other channels, the traditional channels, directly to the consumers. Do you get me? So you bypass, instead of having a distribution agency to take your product, your potato, you bypass it and you deliver that service directly to the consumer, which are the people that are watching it through the internet. So that's an OTT platform. And another viable way you can think of is your mobile cinema, because due to the high concentration of internet and mobile devices in Africa, more especially South Africa, so you can think of your cell phone as a mobile cinema. And that is the role the OTT platform is playing. So it removes all the red tapes that we've been having. I've been there, I've been on those shoes, whereby you struggle to get a distribution deal or a distribution agency. And when you need to go to DTI, you need to first prove to them that you do have a distribution agreement in place for you to be able to apply for exactly. So an OTT platform, it cuts all those red tapes to a point whereby you don't need any distributor, you distribute direct. And that's the power all the creatives in this room are having. If we can go to the next slide. Currently in global markets, the global OTT platform markets is experiencing exponential growth, with total subscribers surpassing 1.6 billion. And if the total subscribers are surpassing 1.6 billion, can you ask yourself, where are you in that 1.6 billion? Next slide, please. And if you look, PricewaterhouseCoopers This is it's a summary of what they said in their report, that streaming platforms are expanding throughout South Africa, throughout Africa, and we've got 3 major markets. It's Nigeria, it's Kenya, and South Africa. Those are the 3 major markets. And South Africa, we've seen that with Showmax, but where is Showmax today? I'm sorry, but it's just an example. And just to show you that how the structure and what we are facing as creatives, and the need of having local OTT platforms. And that was the reason when I saw that all doors are closing on me, I was like, if kwaXhosa xa ugxothwa endlini enkulu uphuma uyephi? Uye endlini encinci uyozinqonqela igali yakho okanye uphuma uye endlini encinci. That's exactly what I did. Next slide, please. And the key market dynamics is the growing internet. Okay, I've done that. Next slide, please. The benefits to the filmmakers about uzinqonqela igali is that you eliminate all the red tapes that I spoke to about. You get to have a wider audience. Let me make an example about the Eastern Cape. Not even the Eastern Cape, urban areas in South Africa, just urban and rural. Urban and rural areas, according to the study that I've done when I decided to go and ngonqa my own shack, which is Embo OTT, Embo Plus, I discovered that such marginalized communities, they don't have the luxury of subscribing to Netflix, because that 199 of subscribing to Netflix, they are thinking of buying a 2 kg of a meal, a flour, or a combo for that matter at ShopRite, or a combo wherever. With 199, do you get me? The 350 that young people are getting today, they don't have the luxury to subscribe to a Disney Plus of 99 rand. I'm not sure how much is it, but it's somewhere there. So with that 350, it's a full grocery meal. And that's the reality. But that reality doesn't eliminate the fact that our own people, they want to consume local content. And there's a need for that. And what is the way forward? The way forward is to partner with an OTT platform. What Uputsugo said earlier on, collaboration. And ensuring that when there's an existing OTT platform, a local existing platform, OTT platform, you've got ECDC and other that are giving you grants, like 150, I think it's 150K micro budget. I stand to be corrected at from ECDC. Those are micro budget productions. You do your micro budget production, then you distribute your work to an OTT platform, you earn revenue. Apart from earning revenue, when you distribute, you don't only distribute the story, but you also distribute the talent that is in that particular production. You distribute the technical expertise of young people in the Eastern Cape that are on that particular production. And when people are looking at it, they are not only looking at the story, but they are looking at the entire value chain of what it took to make that particular product. Next slide, please. And okay, this is the slide, yes. And that's the reality about Eastern Cape. I made an example of Ujamal because he's from Tanzania, I'm also from Tanzania. The challenge that we have as Eastern Cape artists is that We've got, he's a tier 1 film producer and a director. We know Knuckle City, how it did on Toronto. It was supported by ECDC and many other institutions. We know how it Kings of Queenstown did. Beautiful projects. If I may ask, with a show of hands, how many tier 1s are in the room? Tier 1 creatives in the room. You see, only one. I will leave myself because I don't count myself as a creative. I create, I'm a creator. But creatives, people that are into tier 1, who you've done feature films, you've distributed successfully on, thank you. You see? Yeah. So, and that's the reality. So, next slide. So that's the current challenge that we're facing. We've got beautiful storylines. We've got authentic storylines. We've got, but the major challenge, the problem is that we don't have cinemas anymore. We don't have cinemas, even if they are. I'm not sure in PE, but I think in East London, there's one in Hemingway's, right? Only one. And in PE, 2. Wow. And King Williamstown, Queenstown, you see? Butsai, we don't have Easten. Are you for real? Imagine.
There's independent cinemas, but not commercial.
You see, we don't. So our people, and it's not that I'm coming from a creative family that used to listen to radio and you know radio stories. Umakulu, 8 o'clock. I still know them like it was yesterday. Yes, cool, you know, and our parents want to consume the content, but it's nowhere to be found. So the result is that the rural audience consume very little locally produced content, while local producers struggle to recover production investment. And that's the reality. Next slide, please. So, and those are the challenges. I did mention that SABC has been insolvent. Even before we heard about the Canal Plus, already there was a big, I woke up this other morning, I think it was early February last year, when I saw, because I'm very big on online news, MultiChoice has been declared technical insolvent. I was like, yeah. And I'm thinking MultiChoice, all the jobs. That was the first thing that I thought of. The jobs, because the jobs are aligned to the content that is commissioned and the content that we are consuming. And that's the major challenge. That's where the problem is. So the reality about Eastern Cape creatives is that we struggle to even secure a production deal with a broadcaster. So the best way now on how to grow our industry, just like what they did in Nollywood back in the days. For Nollywood to be where it is today, it was not an overnight, it was not by chance. They went and opened their own shack, started producing left, right, and center, local projects that are in line with their values, their tradition, their heritage, and their stories. And that's what we need to do. We can't wait for tomorrow. My iPhone, with an iPhone, you are able to shoot content. iPhone, 4K. You shoot content that is culturally relevant, that is in line with our values, because that's where most of this social is that we are having today. It's because our children, they are consuming something that is not in line with who we are as African people. So Eastern Cape Creatives, you need to start creating the content that is in line with our culture, our value, our heritage, our own stories. And you allow our people to consume it. Trust me, they will consume it. Next slide, please. And what is missing in all this is the distribution. If you've got a local OTT platform, there's no need for you to worry. And distribution being the missing link, it weakens the entire value chain. Because ECPEC and ECDC will give you funding and NFVF, and that is for development and production. But where is your distribution? Because you cannot, over the years, government has pumped in grant funding. And all of those projects are sitting on hard drives. Other hard drives are even lost. They're not even stored on cloud. Because even cloud storage, you need to pay it on a monthly basis. If you cannot pay on a monthly basis, it's gone. So if you don't have distribution, that means you are going nowhere. You are back to square one. And when distribution fails, the entire value chain weakens. So you need to be able to develop your project. You go on production, you take it straight to the OTT platform for distribution. After that, you get your audience to watch, you generate revenue after that. And you reinvest that revenue generated to another project. That's a complete ecosystem. Next slide, please. Hence, my commitment, my platform that will be launching in November this year on the second annual Amatole District Film Festival, which is supported by the ECDC, ECPEC, NFVF, SABC, University of Fort Hare. Those are my partners and funders. We will be launching Embo OTT platform, Embo Plus. And that Embo Plus won't launch itself, guys, without the productions of the creatives that are in this room. So starting next month, I'm putting a call out. I think the website should be up today or tomorrow, but we will put a call through my partners. I will share the information. We will put a call so that creatives in this room must start sending a link of their projects to be curated so that you can distribute your content. And you not only distribute the content, but distribute the creatives that are in that content. Because that's how Miss Kamata, the one that was on Gomorrah, that's how she was discovered. She was discovered through Gomorrah. If that project was not distributed on multi-choices, she wouldn't have secured the American deal. And Tusombedu, she's the one that started. So it's very key, and there were others before for her. That is a very key to distribute our talent in the Eastern Cape. We need to start doing so. Or else we will forever be crying that it's not happening. We need to start making things happen for ourselves, all of us in this room. Create your project, and what makes a good project? What makes a good product, film product? Good sound and good picture quality. A storyline might be taking your short left, but if you've got a good sound and good picture, I'm telling you, people will watch, but immediately you've got a very bad sound. You can't even start. So I encourage creatives in this room, start pulling up your socks and you show up. Produce a content that is culturally relevant, that will be able to talk to the market that Usai was talking about. You've got a great market in rural areas. You've got a great market in urban areas. We've got community Wi-Fi's whereby people will be able to download your project offline and online and be able to watch it offline. Next slide, please. And through that, you will be able to generate revenue and monetize. You'll be able to monetize on subscription, which Embo envisages to have a very low subscription of 30 rands. It's crazy, right? But it's doable. Back in the days when our Umamuzinzi Kulu, my mentor, was producing for SABC, they didn't have the crazy budgets, but Mike, that we are currently having now. They produce projects like Ijala Lamewele, Ingumbe Yeminyanya, Kwabagazi Denge. Until today, if you can ask the SABC gentleman that is here, the replays of those projects at SABC currently are still going in numbers, in thousands and thousands and thousands. And thank God we've got our veteran actress in the room who happens to be in one of those productions, Umamu Miranda Jav, with a show of hand. She is still earning because of those replays, because the numbers are still high. Hence, it's very key as creative to understand your market. I-content yakwaXhosa, it's a very, actually, the Nguni content is very strong. I remember when Igazi was commissioned back in the days, it had very high numbers. So what is stopping us from making projects that are culturally and that resonates with our market? So that when you are going on distribution, you already know that this is what I'm going to get. Because when you do a product, you don't start by, you start with distribution. You know, you do a product because you know where it's going. Just like we saw on picture 1 and picture 2. Picture 1, it's a home garden. You know that I'm doing this home garden so that I can be able to cook, or I can be able to have a hawker's stand, a location, and sell it for 5 rand, 10 rand, and make money. That is the mentality that we need to start at. Do content so that we can be able to make money and generate revenue, because that is the main reason for business, like Ubutsai said. Next content. And next one, of course, these are the features that I spoke about, that when you will be able, on an OTT platform, people will be able to consume, they will subscribe and they won't struggle to consume your content, because they will be able to download their titles in a community, through community Wi-Fi's, and be able to watch it offline. Next slide, please. I'm already there. So the final reflection, colleagues, is that the future of the film distribution is on an OTT platform. We are not running away from the fact that our broadcasters are there. Actually, OTT platforms are there to complement our broadcasters. An example of SABC Plus. SABC Plus earlier this year reached plus 2 million subscribers. And that's the national broadcast. So 2 million plus. And what will stop you If you calculate the revenue of 2 million, let's say by 2 million subscribers at 30 rands, someone that has a calculate, 2 million at 30 rands, it shows you the revenue. I'm not saying it's 30 rands for SABC Plus. I'm just making an example. 2 million subscribers at 30 rands. And that OTT platform is servicing rural, the target market is rural and urban areas at 30 rand, not at 199, at 30 rand, and they are consuming ifilm ka Xhaso, Eka Jav, and other creatives in this room at 30 rand per month. It's 60 million. And you redirect that money back to productions. And we're creating an ecosystem, a very strong one. And you start with a Baby Steps Foundation, training and development to ensure that all the creatives from the Eastern Cape are capable of servicing productions in this province, so that e-productions zobutsuku nabantu baba Gauteng baze Eastern Cape babafike kukho technical capabilities in the Eastern Cape. Then from there you move into production level, whereby Kaguku drama series, long format drama series, you're the first people to be employed. And your name is on the credit list. How beautiful. And you go to distribution. You don't only, our Bukelwa Eastern Cape car, but nationally. Your name, when you Google SOE, already your name pops up in IMDb, in IMPD. Goes online. Do you get me, guys? Then from there, through that project, you are generating revenue. You are even getting salaries. Your career is slowly. We are getting there. By the way, that's how Durban started KZN. What is stopping us in this room not to do that? What is stopping the Eastern Cape not to do that? Because we've got beautiful institutions like ECDC and EPEC. I won't go into that politics. Before EPEC says they didn't submit e-reports, so that's why they are flagged. We won't be giving them money again. Let's not go into that. But all I'm saying is that with everything that we need in this province is in this room. I'm coming with my OTT platform. Hebeton, I need titles. I can't launch a platform with only 5 titles, Embo originals. I need titles. 7? Yes. So question and answers, because I still have 5 minutes. I think that's my thank you. Yes, but I.
It comes back to something that I said earlier about management. So market constraints are a real thing when it comes to OTT platforms, and there's 2 things. Maybe I don't want to make my question too broad, but there's 2 things that OTTs struggle with. Is that on the one side you've got the cost of launch, because content is expensive. Then you've got the cost of customer acquisition, like you said, the 30 rand that you're paying. Is 30 rand enough based upon how much market you have, right? And then positioning, if you're positioning it, and I'm asking for your thoughts on this, positioning it in a competitive market where you have over 500 streamers, whether they are, sorry for the anti-piracy guys, whether they're legal or not, but there are 500 options for eyeballs to attract.
what would you say is the competitive advantage for a streaming platform, giving consideration the cost of launching, the cost of acquisition, as well as the market competition that we're sitting in right now?
Okay, thank you, Botai. Regarding this, those are truly the honesty, because that's the first thing that was a red flag with regards to the launch of the OTT platform. When you are acquiring content, you must know that there are pirates that are out there that are not willing to pay even a rand to watch it. They can easily go to, pirate sites to watch it. But with regards to Embo Plus, we have we've got a competitive advantage of hosting with an existing platform. So when you are hosting it with an existing platform, that existing platform is a home, and it will give security to the rest of, like, let me make an example, what MultiChoice did, of ensuring that within MultiChoice, they still have, if you want in one subscription, you can be able to watch your Netflix, you can be able to have. So Embo won't, as much as it's an independent platform, but the host is already an existing platform that has done well in the industry, whereby it will provide security and any other measures that are needed. And 30 rands Putsai, I know it's quite crazy, but for the target market that we are looking at, because we are looking at people that don't have the luxury of subscribing to your 199 and extremely expensive platforms. As much as we will be, it will, with that 30 rands, we will make the money at the end of the day. Our target market is the rural and peri-urban communities. And that is our market. Not only in the Eastern Cape, but even if when we are going to Bapalaborwa in Limpopo, or we are going to Zanin, or wherever, that is the niche that is our niche that we are looking at, rural and peri-urban. Those people that are not privileged to access premium content at such crazy rates that we currently have in the market. I'm not sure if I did cover. What was the third question? Competition. Which you answered me already by saying your competitive advantage. Yes. All right, but yes, sir.
Just a basic question. I think distribution is obviously about size of users with the size of the market, basically, because you obviously want to have access to a specific market that you obviously create. So the question simply is, what is the number of users that you've got at the moment, and maybe give us a sense of where you, in terms of your growth trajectory. Well, that's obviously going forward, but also from where you're coming from in terms of the base where you started. So we obviously have got a sense of your potential, and which I believe you do have, because you're obviously speaking to the underserved sectors, I think, which I like, I must say. Thank you.
Thank you. To quickly answer that, Embo is still yet to be launched, right? But the competitive advantage is that I won't start from zero, because I've got a hosting platform that has been existing, that has huge numbers in terms of subscribers, which the advantage of Embo is to plug in to those subscribers of this particular platform that I'm talking about. If I disclose the numbers, you can easily Google and you'll get it's something that you will get when we are launching, but it's quite high numbers. Okay. It's plus a million somewhere there, but it's in the numbers are in millions. So that is what we are looking at. And this is in line to ensure that, people are able to, we are able to distribute our talent and our content, not only in the Eastern Cape, but even other provinces. But I just made Eastern Cape as an example because this is my home province and I'm drawn to the growth and the development of the industry in this province. But our key provinces are the rural underserved provinces, which is your Eastern Cape, your Northern Cape, your Limpopo, Mpumalanga, yeah. Because the language preservation of our culture and heritage is very key. So far, we are falling behind in terms of commissioning projects that are in Tsonga, in isiXhosa, Ndebele, and what other language? Swati, and even Afrikaans. I'm not sure, but at least Afrikaans is trying. But those three, 4 languages, Swati, Ndebele, Xhosa, and Tsonga, are really falling behind. So those are our key. If you look at the languages, you will know the provinces that we're targeting as a start.
Mine is not a question, but just congratulations to you for answering a key question. Oh, sorry. So it's a congratulations for answering a key question. Firstly, well done. Being a woman in this space, I know that's not supposed to be a qualifier, but I have to recognize that, especially, with the challenges that come with building something this visionary, because the question that you're answering is in relation to who is the critical mass. A lot of us answer the question of who can somewhat pay the higher, premium. But you are answering a question that is a lot more sustainable, I think. My question, I guess, is in terms of looking at, you mentioned the Nigerian example of, they went out there and they created in Nollywood. In this instance, how are you creating our, I don't know, if
our bioscopes?
I wanted to give an equivalent of in Nollywood to Eastern Cape from an African context, because the thing is you need to also understand it beyond just Eastern Cape and South Africa, and you have to understand it continentally, because your value proposition is also answering to the demographic of Africa that can't afford Netflix, net Disney. So how are you doing that as a business model as well?
Okay. Currently, there are 2 ways that we're currently working on to ensure the successful launch of the platform, is to license existing productions that are out there. That is number 1. But number 2, we are currently busy commissioning Embo Originals at such a micro budget scale. They are still commercially valuable. They've got good production value in terms of the storyline, the actors that were in, like what Ubupsai said in his presentation, that build your relationship with your creatives in the industry. And I think over the years, that's what Mr. Makhala have successfully managed to do, is to build a very strong relations with creatives who are supporting the vision, who have great skill and are able to produce a content that is of a great commercial value. So even though they are at a micro budget scale, but their value is beyond micro budget. And furthermore, all our projects will be subtitled, but our medium-term goal is to ensure that we distribute those titles to be dubbed or subtitled for francophone countries, so that we can tap on the rest of other territories within the continent.
Nkosi, President Zinzi. I'd just like to, just first of all, just commend you on developing this business model that you're going with, right? And I've always said this, is South Africa, at the stats show, only about 15% of working class in South Africa earn more than 10,000 rand. So there's a huge market of South Africans that cannot afford on the premium or prime platforms, if I may call them that. And there's a space in that. And there's two ways to make money, make profit in business. You make by price or by volume. So this opens you up to volume. And I think that's the space that we need to consider. But what it does as well, as you said, it creates an ecosystem. So there's going to be a cross-pollination of talent, skills, collaborations within that space. And that space is absolutely critical. And then what it does then develops the industry. I was just saying to Stacey, what also this could do is where people can create 5 minuters, 10 minuters, and those are used as pilots to create bigger projects based on what the concept is and the appeal of those projects. But one thing that I've always been passionate about since I joined the SABC and the unit I was working in was called reversioning and repurposing. Reversioning is creating a version of the same program, right? So you would create, like Mubango, it's in Chivenda. Once you put subtitle, it's another version of it. What that does, it increases access. The small population of vendors, vendors are one of the small tribes in South Africa. But because of subtitles, they were able to get 4 or 5 million viewers. And I think it doesn't matter what language the content is. I always disagree with people who say, no, if it's in French, people are not going to watch it. If you're putting subtitles, you're giving access. There's a lot of stories that I've watched that were not African. Stories from Spain, stories from Brazil. What resonated is the universal elements. We all know what love is. Any story that has love will appeal. Any emotion, whether it's laughter, it's sadness and all of that, the language doesn't matter. If you have subtitles that give access to other population, other language, people who don't speak that particular language, but also, oh my word, dubbing. I love dubbing, and we had developed a template. We developed a template for subtitles, which we can share with you because we're sharing with the industry. I think we only had 2 or 3 subtitling companies, but those are important. So the subtitles, if they use the subtitles, they have to be within the standard that has been set by the SABC and the Deaf Society of South Africa. And those are universal. There's a font that you use, there's a size that you use, the number of words that you use, and there's dubbing. There's also audio description that we tried to do, but we couldn't get that going. But if you're going in on OTT platform, I don't know what lines you're going to have, options you're going to have, where someone who is blind can also follow certain stories. But I guess that would be done at the highest level, not at a small level. So the access to content via subtitles, dubbing, and audio description is absolutely critical. And I don't think there's any company in South Africa that is black owned that does subtitles that are done according to the standard that was set. And there isn't that does audio description or dubbing as well. I know there's Candy that dubs Ben 10 and all of those into Siswati and Xitsonga. So there is an opportunity to you, the industry, to go and learn how subtitle is done. to learn how dubbing is done. Because in dubbing, you need language experts, you need a script writer, and you need a director. Because those characters have to be as true as possible to whatever has been created. So this industry does not only need to create just new content from pointing a camera. You guys need to start developing a subtitling company that works with all productions in South Africa, a dubbing company that can do Francophone, Portuguese, Swahili, and all of those. So there's an industry that does not exist that you can create for yourselves in that space. Thank you for giving that option, and I hope that the people will take it seriously and start learning how to do subtitles, learn how to do dubbing, learn how to do audio description. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Bud Michael. Actually, I was in a session in November last year hosted by Uyolanda, but she sponsored or something, or supported an after student in Joburg, because I was around the area, and I went, and it was a film of, it was pure audio description. It was attended by people from a deaf society, and when I made, after that project, when I went back home, I went online to check the statistics of disabled people in South Africa, more especially deaf. And that's it, that's the market that we need to tap into, because it's not that they don't want to consume the content, but our content is not favorable for them because there's no audio description. So Nkosipul Michael, that is something that, yes, and sign language, those are the things that as creatives in this room, and for the province, we capitalize on that because there's no one doing it in the country. So if we are the first, that means we've got a market already that is already there existing, but the only thing that we need to do is to tap on it by providing projects that are in line with their needs. If there are not any hands, thank you so much for the attendance. Thanks.
Oh, thank you so much. Okay. Nkosi kakhulu Nkosazana for the insights and for the bravery. It's not easy to lecture on and to start on, new ventures such as these ones. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to our next line item, which is insights about special effects. And we have, I know we had allocated initially an hour. Lovely. I just don't want to butcher now your last name because I know Sis Nondando Migeri, my man, lovely, whom even earlier on we had discussed that the highest grossing film in the country was Mr. Bones 3. And she certainly had a contribution in that line of work, especially this type. So please give it up for her. Let's allow her to come through and so that she can share her insights. Yes, this is wrong. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Yes, it was... Mr. Bones 3 is definitely one of the most epic productions I had the pleasure of hair and makeup designing for, particularly as somebody who's really passionate about using makeup as a tool to tell stories. So good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for staying. I know that usually when it comes to conversations around makeup, people feel like, it's just a puff piece, so we're good, or I'm not that into makeup. But I really want to encourage everyone that's here, especially those that work with budget allocation. Hello, finance people. Yes, thank you very much. I'm going to attempt to steal a few minutes to walk with you and maybe just educate you on what makeup in film is, so that we demystify what it isn't, and then hopefully be in a position to give monetary value to it, in terms of just production budgets, but also training and development of artists. I am just one person. I cannot be in every province or every African country doing special effects. There has to be more of me. There has to be more of Abonotando and more of people who look like me, who do SFX. Because at the moment, the number of people that can do SFX well can be counted, and it's not something to really brag about. It should be something that raises an alarm to say we need to tap into this and feed more into it. Ne? Right. Okay, so let's jump into it. So what is SFX? I know that a lot of times when we think SFX, we're jumping into blood and gore. And if you're a director, a lot of the time you just think, just add blood, you know? But there's actually a lot more into it, at a higher level and not even at a lower level. But tapping into those things just gives a much higher production value to your project. So I do hope that some of our producers and story writers are just gonna, tap into this and lean into that. I also just want to preface and saying that SFX or special effects is very different to VFX. So with SFX, we are doing it live and direct on set as we're filming. VFX comes in either pre or in post-production. So let's also not, you can speak to Nosipo for VFX. But, that her work actually then, complements ours. So for example, get a scenario where somebody has been shot. So what you are seeing on screen is the bullet going into the person, and the squib, we rig the individual with the squib, and it goes. So you see the blood squirting out and whatever, that happens on set. But the sound of that happens in post. So that's what I don't do, that's what they do. Well, a part of what they do. So I'm just whilst you are filming, right? Why SFX and why does it matter? I know that a lot of times we think, okay, makeup is just to make the actor look pretty. No. Makeup is an essential part of the storytelling process in that it aids the individual imbibe the character. I saw a couple of actors early in the day. I don't know if we still have a lot of them, but for most actors, the point at which they come in and sit in the makeup chair and just take time out to get into character as we are processing them to make them or turn them into the character. What we're doing is not just powder and making them pretty. What we're doing is aiding them to tell the story. And what SFX then does is that it allows them to give the emotion of what it is that they're actually supposed to express. If you look at the picture that is there right now, I don't know if it's very clear at you guys, but can this turn? So, if you look at the picture, the side, the detail in this is that same person, same individual, same hairstyle, and all of that. But the difference is this picture here looks so much more weathered. And those are wrinkles that we create using latex and things like that. But in terms of story, why does that matter? When an actor has dialogue or their storyline is one of struggle. Let's take, for instance, a woman who has been going through the most in her life. Her kids are not doing well. Maybe she's married and the marriage is not going well. At work, things are not going well. Uyagoa. But her dialogue is not always going to be ngiyagoa. But how do you see that? You see that by how she's wearing the fatigue, how she's wearing the tiredness. So what we've essentially done is something that is not in script in words has been communicated by the actor to the audience. And it continues to carry the storyline long after the words have died down. That is what SFX is. And that's the value it gives to story in production and in filming. The next is, why does it matter? So I promise I will not do a death by PowerPoint presentation, but there are a few things that I've put down to why SFX matters. SFX is the distance between a good performance and a transformative one, in that it is literal magic. There are times when you have actors who've been given copious amounts of, words to deliver. And sometimes the most impactful thing they can do is just shed a tear. And in that moment, deaf, dumb, blind, when they get a sense of a tear has been shed, everybody immediately understands the emotion. That tear is manufactured using a tear stick. Well, some actors are brilliant, they don't need a tear stick. But generally speaking, we come in, we manufacture the tear. That is SFX, right? And so you can see already, instead of saying, I am hurt, those tears alone are enough to convey that and more. And there are types of SFX, there are tiers to what SFX is. So the more popular one, the more common one is the blood and gore and all of that. That falls under what we call trauma effects. But the first one that I want to speak to is the one on prosthetics. If you can move to the slide that has Eddie Murphy on it. The one that says key types of SFX prosthetics. Okay, so basically prosthetics involve creating 3D alterations to an actor's face. Let's use a popular example, Tyler Perry or Leon Schuster, since we spoke about bones. Leon has been creating movies for so many years, and he's created multiple characters that he's played as one actor within the same film. And how we were able to achieve that is by the use of prosthetics. So with prosthetics, we're able to take an actor from even being black to being white. We cross races. We able to transform an actor from male to female. And so what that then does is it also allows productions where we want to carry the energy of talent, but we are not able to replicate them in real time. So what we then do is we've got blocks and we work with SFX to shoot multiple characters using the same. I've made some notes on considerations within special effects, but it's going to take time to go through that. So what I'll do is I'm going to allow you to share with whoever is interested, and you guys can just, use it as a key takeaway. But basically what these considerations are just to show you that the work that we do does not happen in isolation or in silos. It's actually a collaborative effort with other departments within the storytelling value chain. The one that we work closely with is costume. So, for example, if you look at the top picture over there, where we've got Tyler Perry, the prosthetics that were put on his face, there comes a point where the seam ends, and we can never cover that. But when we collaborate with costume and we have a pre-production meeting, they're able to come to the party by giving us, wearing that shirt with the collar is actually for design purposes, but it's also for functional purposes. It's to hide the bits of all of that. So that's just speaking to the importance of collaboration on set and storytelling between departments. The next set is SFX of trauma effects. I think that's the more popular one, the bullet wounds, the guns, the bruises and all of that, So anything that is really brought about by trauma, and I think those are the more simpler and more affordable types of effects that we see in a lot of South African stories. Now, SFX is a very expensive discipline, so you will find that to do it well, it's a lot of money. And that's why we don't have a lot of stories currently that deal with heavy prosthetics, because over and above us being, it's expensive to do, but there's not a lot of us that are able to do it and honor Black or melanated skin tones well. It's work in progress, but it's also an opportunity for development of SFX that is specifically true and authentic to melanated skin tones, because you cannot have, I'm trying to be diplomatic. Okay, no, let me walk away. I'll walk away. Then the final one that we have is aging effects. Okay, the first slide that I had, you saw the lady who on the one side, she's, has firmish skin, and then on the other, it's the wrinkles that we've created and stuff like that. So again, all of those are just ways in which we give value to story, we give value to pictures. And I think to the stage, I'm not going to go into that. Then we also have another one which we don't have a lot of in South Africa as well at the moment, which is the character or creature makeup. So if you imagine your films like your Avatar and all of that, that is more or less, where we get into play with this type of SFX. I would really love to see our creators, and I know a lot of them are limited by budget, but I would really love to see a lot of our creators venturing into African kind of creature stories. I think we've had one on the continent about the Nyami Nyami in the Victoria Falls, but again, it didn't have a lot of traction because it's not the kind of stories that are very common or popular on the African continent. But it's another venture to go into, and I really want to encourage creators to venture into that. We are ready to create the pieces for you, so please go into that. Then there is one consideration that I do want to talk about. I know the rest of it you will read, but this particular one goes to the technical department where SFX is concerned. I know that some of us have taken to heart the call to create content to go onto the Embo platform and other streaming platforms and things like that. Guys, the quality of your picture really matters. And when it comes to SFX, we spend so much time, we spend so much money, creating effects, and only for them to be poorly lit and poorly directed. And like, what was the point? So to the directors and the lighting guys, do we have any? Not. You do? Yeah, guys, please. I'm just going to read English for you, ne? Harsh light can flatten the most intricate texture, making a detailed scar read like a painted line. And we've put the actor through so much discomfort to create that effect, only for it to read as a misfit. And then now our audiences are a lot more opinionated. Everyone is a critic. Then they're like, what was that line? Like, we don't want to trend for the wrong reasons. Please work with us. Thank you. Lens choice. Wide angles. Effects are such intricate things, And so when it comes to your choice of lens, DOPs and directors working together, I know that it's fun to have all these wide lenses, long lenses, and all of that stuff, but where SFX is concerned, guys, you're killing us. Please, I won't say what millimeters, but your lens choice is really an issue. And I also just want to take this opportunity to say that when you guys are doing a technical Reiki, please do include makeup artists. We want to come to the table and have conversations, because there are certain things that, because you're not the makeup artist and you're a director, you're only thinking technical, you don't think of. But on the day of shoot, how many times have you had to make a plan B because what you thought in your head or in your director's planning and shortlist was fantastic, but you get to the location and it's just impossible to get the actor up, and now you have to block it differently because of that. And then we're going to take maybe an hour or two for technical to try and figure it out. And then by the end of the day, we've lost 3 hours. How much is 3 hours lost on a production day? Like, what is the rand value of that? But had you had somebody in makeup say, no, but it's impossible. We've already created this and we've established this, so the continuity of it is that. So we can't change it. But because makeup is often so overlooked, everybody thinks, ah, it's fine, we'll see it on the day. But guess what? On the day, you've shot yourself in the foot, you've lost 3 hours, you've had multiple actors that are call actors that you now have to call again. So the bottom line is affected. And as a makeup head, my thinking is not just about getting your vision out, but it's also saving you money on a production. Makeup is expensive. SFX is expensive. Could you please go to the slide where there's a guy with bruises on his face? I think I just want to give you just a rundown of what an SFX cost on a production is. Are we moving? Next slide. There's a picture of a guy and keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Please keep going. Wait, just go down again. So guys, I know I spoke to the importance of lighting. Just this picture here just shows you same frame, different lens, different lighting. You see the difference. You can see the guy's beard and all these other little things, but I'm just saying, you know, consider all these things. When you do lighting, you're not just lighting for that particular frame. You're also lighting for the details of costume and makeup. Please remember us. We matter. Thank you. You can keep going. Stop. There we go. Now, when you look at this picture, I don't know if the effects are clear enough, but this is a very simple SFX, right? But I'm not even going to bother you with all the little ones. Just look at the grand total. How much is that? That is 4,441 Rand. This using locally sourced SFX implements. That's just to give you an idea of how expensive SFX products are. So to the guys that do budgets, hello. This is a very simple, it's a bust, at best it's a nose bust, eye bust, and all of that. I'm not even going to go into the technicality of what each and everything does and why it's there and why we need it, but it's just to also, you know, show you that when we make requests for certain things, the reality is that in Rand value. Yes. It is a short kinda, yeah. That's all it takes, 4,400. So if this is what it costs for the product, how much do you think the skill in itself costs from a training perspective? And this question is really directed at the fact that I am advocating for SFX training to be a priority as you look into developing talent for the Eastern Cape. But I also know that we've got people who are not from the Eastern Cape. So just developing capacity for crew members. It is not cheap, but please plan for it. Please budget for it. Because also when international projects come through, you have more leverage in saying, come and use our place, but use our people. And they can never come back and hit back and say, but your people do not have capacity or skill. And on average, on a day, when a makeup artist appears on that day as an SFX makeup artist, the rate for that particular day only of SFX is anything between 10 and 15,000 Rand for the day. That is billed as a professional fee for being on set to do that. That's got nothing to do with all the other, you know, that it's just for that. A prosthetic, manufacturing a prosthetic anything up to 20,000 using local prosthetic manufacturers. But certain prosthetics, we actually have to have them made overseas and brought in. So I'm going to come to you. Mr. Billing, is he still here? He's gone. Please send him the message. Ne? Yes, I'm going to come. As a belief, I'm going to come. We might even need to send people overseas to get this training. But the return on that investment is massive, because also on the African continent, we are very limited in terms of the number of Black people who do quality effects. So this is also an opportunity for innovation into providing SFX material that is affordable. You know, the business of television and film a lot of times is focused on just what you see and what is in your face. But behind the business, there are certain things that don't get an end credit or don't get recognized. And it is in things like this, feeding into the production value chain of that by product development. You don't see the product developers online, on sets, you don't see them at end credit, but they're also an important element of it. And then finally, I saw directors in the room. Yes, hi directors. Your director's treatment where SFX is concerned. Saying to a makeup artist, make him look older, is not a brief. Like, what is that? Like, you understand? It's not a brief, but saying, make him look like a 70-year-old fisherman from French Hook who's been sitting on a fishing boat and bitten by the sun. Now that tells me, okay, I need to give sun damage. French Hook, they eat a lot of fish and they eat a lot of salt. They probably don't have their 2 front teeth. You're painting a picture for me that allows me to give you and present to you a character that is ready for you to film and is going to have impact in terms of who they are as a relatable character for the community that you're trying to represent in your picture. The work that we do is not just make pretty. The work that we do as SFX artists and makeup artists in general is really for the actors, giving them aids to perform well, for the writers, bringing to life what they penned out, for the director, the picture that you have in your head is now translated to something that millions of people can now see. And so I want to ask, it's a humble ask, please give us a seat at the table when you make decisions on character, when you make decisions on script, when you make decisions on creative direction. Allow us to be part of those conversations well in advance at pre-production level, not just 2 or 3 days, a week prior to shoot. We want to help you make magic. Thank you for your time. I don't know if there's anyone has a... Oh, Mr. Billing, you had a special mention.
Sorry.
Oh, no, it's okay.
My humble apologies, I needed to.
Nothing a check can't solve.
Nothing a check can't solve. Okay. Well, I saw how much for my special effects,
Yes,
you know,
yes.
to make me younger a little bit, how much it's going to cost me. So I understand.
Yeah, nothing a check can solve, so thank you.
Nothing.
I don't know if there's anyone that has any questions to, I don't know, training or SFX or any of that. Yeah, sure.
Just a basic question. Typical training institutes in South Africa. If they are,
The question simply is, where are the training institutions in South Africa? And even if it's one that you would recommend.
Okay, so because this is an unregulated, terrain, there are so many private service providers, and unfortunately, because of not being regulated, a lot of it is whatever they think is worth. But if you really want to get almost like degree level training, right now in South Africa, there are probably 2 or 3 recommendations of training institutes that I can give you. Cole Makeup Academy being one of them. They have really good intensive programs. They literally bring in trainers from Canada and from the States and from the UK to come and do training or workshops on true SFX. So if that's something you want, you can get my details and I can point you in the right direction. But also in terms of just the basic, the ones that I've spoken to, I can do that for you. And there's a network of other SFX artists that can do that. But that's very much at surface and basic level that we can do for you. But it's not an accredited, so you will not get a certificate, you will just get a skill. Yeah. Yes. Oh, you want it? Oh, okay. Yeah, you got it. Yay, there we go. Or an email. Yeah. Any other takers? Sorry, I cannot see at. Oh, that side. Yes. Okay.
Hello, ma'am.
Hi.
My name is Vuyo Fani.
Hi.
I'm not funny. Then I'm from Nkosi Jomosobo Makoma Foundation. I think I love the program that you are telling us about. I think it's enlightening from us, especially from the Eastern Cape side of it. Our aim is to promote, preserve, and to rewrite the history of Nkosi Jomosobo Makoma. It's a big history. And therefore now, what we need as the foundation, is to be channeled to the right direction. Within the Eastern Cape, ECPAC say that, they are in the path in terms of supporting that program. And therefore, what we need most, is to how do we move forward in terms of, the financial support of it. I think, we love this thing, we love this program, and then, Makoma it's a biggest of all, if I may, say that, because, there were battles and then there were wars, so Makoma fought wars in this program. Thanks, ma'am. Sorry without it.
So, sir, where's Mr. Billing and stuff like that? So it's very simple, really. I don't think that anything that can be solved by money is a problem. So it's actually not a problem or a challenge. It's just getting the money in and getting workshops for, the local individuals who identify make up and all of that. We do a skills transfer. We will give you supervisors that will work with those individuals to create the effects. We can design effects for you for the story. You give us your script. We will do breakdowns. Oh, right. Sorry.
Sorry, I was saying that, if something can be solved by money, it's not a problem. So getting the money buys us the resources that we need. And we can get your scripts, we will do breakdowns for you, we will design looks for you, and we can workshop. So you identify individuals within your community that you would like to get this training done for. We workshop them to do it. And if the budget doesn't allow for our experts to be there from day one of shoot until wrap, we can also supply you with individuals that can work alongside with you as supervisors for the project. So you're still getting quality control of the effects that you need without necessarily having an SFX specialist on set every day. It can be done. Yes. And then get the VFX element done. I've told you, Nosipo will.
Thank you so much, Notando. That was Notando. That was amazing. I wanted to be a bit spicy and ask what did you walk away from? You were going to say something and then you walked away from. So I'm very interested in what it is that you were going to say. But you can tell me later. My true question is really around AI and SFX. How are you guys affected by that?
So AI is both the devil and, an angel in our world, in the sense that where we have big budget, blockbuster kind of productions, it's cheaper for them now to use AI, and so they'd rather do that. But there's a certain texture that AI can never give you that the human touch gives. So that's the only, in all honesty, saving grace that we have, in that where authenticity is key, we remain useful and we work. But where they can just, as long as it is an assembly line kind of production, then we can't beat that, because a computer program is cheaper than a human being on set. But it has impacted us in that the projects are fewer, and already, especially in South Africa, projects were few. So a lot of our work came from the international market. And so because of AI, we no longer get to work as much as we did in the past. Yeah.
Hello? Hi.
Oh.
I just wanted to say thank you for hosting this important masterclass. I think for me, it's all about praise, and it's just to say thank you for sharing a skill that a lot of people don't know about, giving it an appreciation that it fully deserves. I think the art department is one of the most underappreciated departments on a lot of sets. And I think it's also great to inspire, because I think that's what you've done, right? Inspiring people to show that makeup is an artistry. It's not just about, like you said, blue blush, eyelashes and so forth. So mine is more a thank you, and also providing insights of the importance of inclusion when you're working on a production. Include people from the get-go. They are your team. They are the people that are going to get you the final product that you want. Yes, you're the visionary, but always remember that it's a collective effort at the end, and the importance of budget. Thanks.
Thank you, Stacey. And thank you for making me swallow my tears.
My name is Bonile Ngoyaza. Can you hear me?
Please lift the volume. She can't hear.
My name is Bonile, and I'm curious. Sorry, I came in the middle of your presentation, but I wanted to find out from you: do you have to be an artist in the sense of visual artist, or someone who sketches? Should you be able to draw people, figures?
So there's always an element of design in creating, the looks and things like that. So when it comes to SFX for character and creature, we do have software that we use, design software that we use for that. But we also work alongside freehand designers who sketch artists who then design the looks and feel, especially where texture is concerned. Again, texture for me is such a big thing. There's just something magical about it, and the software will give you certain things to a certain point. But when a sketch artist does a mock model of it, something that you can touch, that you can feel, it also gives you further inspiration on what materials you can work with to create this beautiful product. So yes, absolutely. If you are one, it's a perfect field for you to transition into, or at least work alongside if you, yeah. Say that again? Oh, you're the opposite. Meaning, oh, well, then we've got systems, software, so you can rely on software for that. It's, yeah.
Akungenxa yexesha. And ndiyavakala ne? Akungenxa yexesha nangenxa yepressure.
Umbuzo wokugqibela, ma'am. Ndiyayithanda le presentation once more, ndiyatsho kuwe ne. And then ke ngoku ithi into apha kuthi ephondweni, ndenza umzekelo apha ephondweni, imali eninzi izawunikwa uCDC. Athi uCDC siza kwenzela ezinto for film production purposes zalapha eState Cape, nenza umzekelo. Abe yena ke ngoku ekphek enikwa naye imali ethile ethi mayenze izinto. Then ke ngoku xa ufumaniseka into bangaba uEkpek ngoyena mntu kusiriferiswa kuye thina into bangaba uEkpek ngoyena unemali. Makasinike into bangaba senze ezi film productions zethu okanye ezi ambitions zethu, so siba neengxaki ezilapho. So into ethi ke ngoku kukhona into ekuthiwa yinantsika yi-research and development. Ufumaniseke into bangaba uECDC, I mean uEkpek ngamanye amaxesha imali anayo shame, unemali ezawuphelela kula research and development engakwazi ubheka phambili. uECDC abe enayo eyakhe engaphaya, aphinde uECDC akunike i-bureaucratic measures, you know, that will be make unable for you to move forward. Kune-bureaucratic, you know, systems ezikhoyo. Andithethi nje ke ma'am, uyabona ndithetha ngeento ezi-practical ezizasibangela into yoba mhlawumbi singangaphumi kule room sivana. Kuthiwa hey man, laa mntu uthetha gqithi, yabo laa mntu uthetha into ongazaziyo. Uyabona, ndeza loo nto leyo ngumbuzo mhlawumbi ungathi buciko. Kothi.
I need a translator. Thank you. Then I can.
Maybe assistant. Thank you, Budi. Maybe this question needs special attention from Ekpek and the ECDC.
I didn't even understand.
Yeah, the lady is a specialist purely in special effects and is not necessarily at grips with provincial or national or issues here in the province. Her area of speciality is purely located within special effects. Our domestic issues, we shall deal with them. Yeah.
Can this be the last one?
Okay.
Yeah, ndiyabulela ba undiprotect. No, mna kwam kuku compliment not ukukhalaza, uyayibona? Akufane kwenzeke xa kubizwe facilitator kubizwe ezi department ezingezinye. They are all important, ne? Unve kahle. But we always have a script writer, a producer. Uyayibona? It's so amazing into ba sibe kanti sibize nezinye department. It then says we recognize nezinye department. We understand what we are talking about when we speak of development. We not only taking inhloko kuphela, but we yayibona ndinilakhe kuba nanisebenza nayo sister ndingu-director. So thank you. That's all.
Thank
I think you're done. Thank you. Thank you so much. No, much appreciated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your attention. Nabusisi siyabulela kakhulu ngepresentation yakhe, interesting, very insightful, you know. The amount of effort that goes into the detail, it's so amazing because some of the things you can take for granted. That lamdi akhala perhaps njengibelila lamdu lona mhlawumbe uphandle litswele, but it's genuinely, you know, efforts from these ladies.